1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And we're on air.
Okay. I call the 2317th meeting of the Milwaukie City Council to order. I'll just make sure everybody is aware that the mayor is on Zoom. I'm chairing the meeting since I'm here in person, but I'm sure he will get us back on track if I stray too far. This meeting is being conducted partly by video conference and with members of council here at City Hall. The public has been invited to watch the meeting via the city's YouTube channel, Comcast Cable Channel 30 and City Limits, or by logging into Zoom video conference as an attendee. The public may submit comments in writing by email to ocr@milwaukieoregon.gov. There will also be opportunities for limited in-person testimony. The public has been invited to speak during this meeting by registering by email to ocr@milwaukieoregon.gov. The deadline for registering was yesterday, June 1st at 3 p.m. When it is time to take public comment, staff will monitor the email inbox, the Zoom participant window, the Zoom chat, and the in-person audience at City Hall to see if anyone would like to speak. We will take comments in the order they are received. If members of the public become disruptive, we will mute and remove them from the video conference or from chambers. If that fails to stop the disruptions, we will recess the meeting and return within 5 minutes. If we're unable to continue, council will briefly meet off air to move unfinished business to the next council agenda. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The City of Milwaukie respectfully acknowledges that our community is located on the ancestral homelands of the Clackamas people. In 1855, the surviving members of the Clackamas signed the Willamette Valley Treaty, also known as the Kaiapui Treaty, with the federal government in good faith. We offer our respect and gratitude to the indigenous people of this land. On a personal note, I spent some time today reading back through some of the communications that we've had with the tribe, and I was reminded that tribal members continue to be connected to this land despite being forcibly removed after the signing of that treaty. And as we continue our conversations about the comprehensive plan, I'd like us to keep that history in mind. Announcements. The North Clackamas Parks and Recreation District is now offering select fitness classes through Zoom. The goal is to provide residents with opportunities to exercise with an instructor and experience the camaraderie of a fitness class virtually, while allowing for social distancing and keeping people safe during COVID-19. Free workshops are being held so residents can sample all of the classes before signing up. Those who take a free workshop get 10% off the class, and seniors get an additional 25% off. Learn more and pre-register, visit www.ncprd.com. Join the virtual Lego Club by watching Blair Archer's video on the Letting Library's YouTube channel or Facebook page. The link went live on Monday, June 15th, and will be available through June 30th. This is a great opportunity for anyone ages 5 and up to get some great Lego tips and tricks. Grab and go free lunch sacks with activity bags for kids will be provided by North Clackamas Schools Meals Program every Thursday from July 2nd to August 20th for ages 0 to 18 outside the Letting Library. If the library is not a convenient location for you to participate in this program, you can find other summer meal sites by visiting the North Clackamas Schools website at www.nclac.k12.or.us. The Independence Day holiday is right around the corner. The city observes the holiday on Friday, July 3rd. Services currently available at City Hall, the Johnson Creek Building, and the Letting Library will not be available on July 3rd. Have a wonderful and safe July 4th. For more information about each of these events and others, please visit the city's homepage at www.milwaukieoregon.gov. We have special reports, and up first we have Milwaukie High School School Resource Officer, a report from Police Chief Luke Strait and Milwaukie High School Principal Carmen Gelman. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Gamba, Council President Falconer, and members of council. Luke Strait with Milwaukie PD, and I am joined here tonight, as you mentioned, by Principal Carmen Gelman from Milwaukie High School. We're here this evening to honor Officer Lindsay Nold, who's finishing up a rotation as our school resource officer for the Milwaukie High School. I wanted to very briefly introduce the issue, and then I was going to ask Principal Gelman to talk about it because they've worked very closely for the past 4.5 years. Officer Nold was hired by us back in 2008 after serving as a cadet for several years. And I was in detectives back then and had the opportunity to get to know her when she was a cadet and was regularly involved in training with that program. In 2016, Officer Nold rotated into or was chosen to be our school resource officer for Milwaukie High School. When Officer Nold does something, she always absolutely goes in 100%, and she always has and demonstrates just a tremendous amount of heart. I know one of the things you're familiar with, Officer Nold, from the past 4 years was the after-hours workout program that she created that was designed to include young ladies at the high school and a fitness program and a mentoring program. And that was something that she developed entirely on her own that we've heard a little bit about in the past. As a school resource officer, I think it's probably kind of like being a small town sheriff, because you're responsible for everything that goes on in a small community that's got its own culture and its own chain of command and hierarchy. And I assume, never having done that job, that you get pulled in 100 different directions and you're constantly putting out fires. And I know Lindsay well enough to know that she automatically works on developing relationships and mentoring people. And she works very closely with the school staff. She works very closely with our detectives when cases warrant that. And she works very closely with the Clackamas County Juvenile Department. I've learned over the past over 15 years that Lindsay Nold is someone that we can really count on with issues. When something comes up down there, I can trust that she's going to do an excellent job of handling it and dealing with all the many factors that come into a complicated case that involves our children at a school. So it's so great to know that you have someone in that position that you can truly count on. And when it came time for her to rotate out, the school did come and ask if we could extend her in that position, and we did extend her for a period of time before ultimately rotating her out of the position. I also then asked Carmen just to be honest with me and let me know how she would rate Officer Nold as a school resource officer. And without hesitation, Principal Gelman said she would rate her an A+ and that she just really did a fantastic job. So I wanted to facilitate this opportunity for Principal Gelman to talk a little bit more about that relationship.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody, and thank you for having us here tonight. Lindsay, I love you.
I love you too.
So I'm going to do Lindsay like I do our students when I bring them forward to the council. And what I did is I asked some folks to give me some information and feedback about Lindsay because I have my own thoughts, which I will share, but I wanted to hear what other people's thoughts were also. So I'm only going to read you a couple because I got a ton. And but I want to just share some thoughts with you and some quotes that different teachers shared with me. So Nicole Matthews says, I've had the opportunity to watch the many positive interactions and strong relationships that Officer Nold has developed with Milwaukie students over the years. In particular, I participated in Boost, the after-school exercise program targeting female students. What an awesome experience this was to work out with my colleagues and Milwaukie students. Many of the students joining the workouts had low self-esteem, and they identified Boost as very empowering and a means of improving their confidence. I enjoyed the opportunity to connect with students outside of the classroom, and I appreciate this is an example of the lengths that Lindsay is willing to go to build relationships with our students.
Thank you.
Dotto says Officer Nold has been a true asset to the Milwaukie High School community and the TLC program. She has stood by our kids through some tough situations, supported not only them, but me as well as a teacher, friend, and colleague, in which I truly appreciate. My students will miss seeing her daily, as I will. She definitely shows equality and compassion for our kids and staff, and so proud that she is being rewarded for her excellent work. Allison says, while chaperoning prom a few years ago, I noticed a beautiful, statuesque woman helping out. Only when she started speaking did I recognize her out of the uniform. I thought it was so cool that our SRO would take the time beyond the scope of their job description to put on a party dress and celebrate with the rite of passage with our kids. I have also appreciated the extra efforts Lindsay has put forth in empowering young women at our school, from her advocacy to organizing weightlifting clubs after school hours. I wish her the best. Donnie says, it has been an honor to work with Officer Nold during her time as the MHS SRO. Lindsay shows up every day with a heart for students. She daily goes out of her way to connect with students and meet them where they are. By leading the Boost program, Lindsay used her own time to empower and support female students as they worked out. And then Roberto says, Officer Nold has always been very kind and helpful to me as a counselor. My favorite memory with Officer Nold is her presence and participation at the inaugural Ascension Baile. This was the first time our students enjoyed a Spanish music dance, and Officer Nold not only attended, but she also participated on the dance floor with a spirit performance to Cardi B in her uniform, surrounded by our students. The students loved it, and I appreciated her authenticity then and always. Thank you so much, and best wishes. Lindsay, I have so many memories with you, but there's two memories that I really hold dear. One was when we got to participate in the lip sync dance contest at our homecoming assembly, and you were a star in that, and that was so much fun. But there's another memory that I hold really dear in my heart, and it's when we had a young lady that was suicidal, and we got the charge to take her in. And generally, you would have to take her in your police car, but we knew that she was really fragile. And just your advocacy and your care for her, and just wanting her to have this experience that was just real, and just treating her with love and compassion, and allowing me to drive her while you followed us. And then we took her safely there. And that is just something that I will always remember about you. And she was so scared, but you made that situation softer and easier for her. And so I really appreciate you. When I think about words that describe you, they are compassionate, kind, trustworthy, funny, honest. You're a relationship builder, you're a lifelong learner, and you're definitely student-centered. Lastly, I shared yesterday with you at our meeting, we had a celebration yesterday morning for our retirees, and I shared with Lindsay just how much I appreciate her and her willingness to always learn and ask questions, even when they're uncomfortable or she doesn't know the answers. She's just always you're always willing to learn. And I really appreciate that. And we've had a lot of conversations about race, and you always come and ask me questions like how you could do things to make it better, and kids can approach you. And I just think that just says a lot about you. And for me, I've had positive experiences and negative experiences with police officers, and I'm a woman of color, and but you are the epitome of a great officer. You lead with your heart, you lead with love and compassion, you care about our communities, you want to build bridges between communities of color, and I just love you and I trust you, and I feel like we'll be lifelong friends. I appreciate you so much. I'm going to miss you dearly, but I know that you're right down the street and you'll pop in and say hello. it's just been an honor working alongside you, and I'm just really grateful for you. You're awesome. You give me a lot of hope, girl.
You're awesome. Wow, that's a lot to take in. Good evening, everyone. To Chief Straight, thank you so much for allowing me to be in the position of school resource officer. It's been quite an honor. And I told Carmen and the crew yesterday that I had a lot of purpose during those 4 years. And I know I'll find that purpose again, trust me, on the road, but I really felt at home in that position. And thank you for letting me do that. Thank you to you, Carmen, as well. Thank you for letting me love your kids as much as you do. If anyone's up there, I am in matching you and loving them. I know how much you do, and you're a fantastic principal. It's hard. I'm sad. I'm sad to be leaving, but I am so excited for Mark Inman. He's going to do a fantastic job. I don't know if that's out. Sorry, Chief. Is it?
It's out now.
Was it out?
Yes.
It is out. You're fine. Oh, you're good. Oh, my goodness. Oh, okay. Thank goodness. Okay. He's going to do a fantastic job. But thank you, everyone, for all of your support, all your kind words. I don't think I recognize even a quarter of that. I just do what I do. It's been amazing, and thank you all so very much.
I'm going to virtually present you with the plaque that will later be in your mailbox. I'll hold it up at the camera. I don't know if it will show up at all. But it does say on behalf of Milwaukie PD and Milwaukie High School that we're honoring you as an honorary Mustang.
Honorary? I can't. I'm so excited. You guys, my papa, my grandfather graduated Milwaukie High School in 1948. And so before they tore down the old building, I got to wheel him through in his wheelchair. And he has been so proud that I became the school resource officer for his alma mater. So this is that's amazing. Thank you so much, Chief.
And a very sincere thank you to Principal Gelman for the partnership and the support, and always advocating not only for your kids, but for Officer Nold and our folks as well.
I do have to say one thing before we get off of this, Officer Nold.
Lindsay, please.
I think it's amazing that kids that get in trouble, they come and seek Officer Nold out. And they want to ask her for advice, how to handle things. And that's the kind of officer she is. Like, she builds those relationships. And even when kids get in trouble, they know they can come to her and that they'll be safe and that she'll take care of them. So thank you so much.
You're welcome. And you're not going to get rid of me that easy. I'm going to be over quite often. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, Lindsay.
Thank you.
Carmen.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Can I,
Good night.
Yeah, Mayor.
Lindsay, first of all, I want to say thank you. You are clearly exactly the kind of person that we want in that position. And I'm sure Mark will be too. He's amazing. And I found myself earlier this year surprised that, and this was not in the Milwaukie area, this was outside of the area. It was down Salem-Woodburn area. I was in a conversation where Hispanic community was very upset about having SROs. And I was surprised by that because I know how you relate to the kids and the kids relate to you. And I'm wondering, there's obviously with what's going on out there, there's a big push. That's one of the things, right, that they're pushing for, is to remove SROs. And I know what an asset you've been, not only to the school, but to the kids in that position. And I'm just trying to think, how do we bottle that? How do we I don't know, how do you teach that? How do you help other schools, other students of color know what's possible with that position, that you can be this big asset for the kids rather than something to be afraid of, or, you know.
Is that a question or is it rhetorical? Because I do have an answer to it.
It is absolutely a question.
I really think that if you can actually embrace the position and touch just one child, like get their attention and help just one child. And I have a child in mind, and I think Miss Gilman knows exactly who I'm talking about. That person is going to be able to reach 5 more kids. And those 5 will reach 5 apiece. And it will start to spread. Because I can tell you that many kids, especially freshman year, usually have an issue with seeing a police officer in the school, and I understand. But automatically, I was kind of written off at times. But it took those people that I had worked with, freshman into sophomore, into junior, into senior, for them to be like, no, she's cool. She's cool. She's going to give you the benefit of the doubt. She's going to listen. She's not going to predetermine what's going to happen. She's going to listen. And it's finding those right fits. So, you know, just understanding that it's not going to work for every kid, but if you can at least get that resonation with one child, it's going to hopefully spread like wildfire. At least it did for me. I think I have a great relationship with most of the kids at the high school.
Well, thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mayor.
Thank you all very much. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, you all.
Well, Principal Gelman, I don't think we'll see you again for the summer. So thanks for everything that you do and for keeping us updated throughout the year. And it was wonderful seeing you this last week out in the community for Black Lives Matter sit-in. So thank you for all the work you did organizing that. And I wish you, all of you, a very nice summer if I don't see you before.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I do need to give props for Desi and Michael Fell and all of them. It wasn't just me. I have a lot of wonderful people around me. So I just want to acknowledge and thank you all for coming out and showing your support as well. It was wonderful.
It was really great to see all of those students. Thank you.
All right. Y'all have a good night.
Bye.
Thank you. Go Mustangs.
Go Mustangs.
That's awesome.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. I'm going to knock this thing off my head, I think. Next, we have Juneteenth, a proclamation. And I will have to pull that up. My apologies for not being quite prepared. So I think a lot of people in the community might not know really about Juneteenth, but it's certainly gotten a lot of media attention the last few days, especially. Not always for good reasons. Some really important, some really cool things have happened in that jurisdictions are recognizing now Juneteenth as an official holiday. And even companies, including my own, are now recognizing it as a holiday, not just for another day off, but also encouraging employees to learn more. And so I thought it would be a good idea to bring this proclamation. And thanks for everyone for support in putting this together. I think that, you know, if when you recognize June 19th this year, please do take some time to read about the history of this event and also the continued celebration of this event and what it commemorates, and also to seek out and look for Black authors and Black leaders and educators to read and listen and watch. There's so many wonderful resources out there, including, you know, even links to information that our Letting Library has been putting out recently, both for adult learners and children for further reading.
And go to Black businesses.
Definitely, you can certainly find many of them to celebrate. So I will go ahead and read the proclamation unless anybody else has anything they want to say around that.
I would just say that
Someone talking, I can't hear.
Yeah, Lisa's.
I would just I would thank you for I mean, I think it's a very well-written proclamation, and I really especially appreciated that you put the links at the end of it to some of the history. Growing up in Oklahoma, I knew Juneteenth, and it was interesting to me to read some of the history here in Oregon, including that the woman who sort of started bringing cognizance of it to Oregon was from Oklahoma, was a worker who came up and lived in Vanport and worked during World War II. So I thought that was really interesting history. And so, yeah, I think it's a fine proclamation and a good thing to do.
Well, I don't get to take credit for it. It was taken from Detroit's proclamation, and also some wordsmithing assistance myself and Councilor Heisey assisted with drafting it. And I just, you know, I guess I sort of alluded to it at the beginning, but I guess I also just want to, because you mentioned Oklahoma, and some of the reason why Juneteenth is I think getting even more recognition this year than usual is the president's initial decision to hold a rally, despite, you know, social distancing guidelines and masks, to hold a rally in Tulsa, Oklahoma on June 19th. And the outcry that decision deserved, to have it at a place on a date that means so much to members of Africa, of Black Americans, and I appreciate that the day has been moved. But I do think that it certainly provides all of us an opportunity to recognize Juneteenth, and also to read a little bit about the history of the massacre that occurred in Tulsa, Oklahoma, on Black Wall Street, the very deliberate murder of countless. In fact, we don't know how many lives were lost that day. A proclamation for the commemoration of Juneteenth as an annual celebration of Black economic liberation. Whereas Juneteenth is recognized as the end of chattel slavery in the United States and liberation from the greatest robbery of Black wealth in our country's history. And whereas President Abraham Lincoln first issued the Emancipation Proclamation effective January 1st, 1863, freeing the slaves in the South. However, Southern slave owners ignored that order. On June 19, 1865, Union soldiers arrived in Galveston, Texas, and enforced the president's order, freeing the slaves 2.5 years after it was first decreed. This day has since become known as Juneteenth. And whereas through other systems of oppression, such as sharecropping, Jim Crow, exclusionary housing and transportation policies, and mass incarceration, the plunder of Black bodies and Black wealth continued past slavery and persists to this day, affecting the physical and mental health, safety, and education of African Americans. And whereas liberation from these systems of oppression must include Black economic liberation, this liberation is manifested in ways such as financial literacy, access to loans, jobs, and the means of self-improvement, and the ability to own the land in one's own neighborhood, And whereas Oregon's constitutional ban on both slavery and free African Americans lay the foundation for generations of economic hardship, exclusion, and discrimination against Oregon's Black community. And whereas despite all these obstacles, African Americans in Oregon have been and continue to be successful business owners and essential employees, building wealth in the Black community. And whereas Juneteenth has been celebrated in Oregon since 1945, when Clara Peoples moved to Portland from Oklahoma to work at the Kaiser shipyards and introduced it to her coworkers. Now, therefore, we, the City Council of the City of Milwaukie, a municipal corporation in the County of Clackamas in the state of Oregon, do hereby recognize and proclaim Juneteenth, June 19th, as an annual celebration of the past, present, and future of Black economic liberation and those who work towards that liberation. Next, we have the extension of COVID-19 emergency declaration. We'll receive an update from the city manager, Ann Ober.
So there's been a few questions about, why are we still doing this? Is it a forever thing? The reality is that this qualifies us for money under the federal government. So the only reason that we continue to declare this every month is just to make sure, A, that we don't declare it longer than we need to, and B, that the declaration is there so that we can collect funds in order to get money out into our community. The number one way where that's playing out right now is actually us getting small business dollars that we can turn around into our small business companies. And those funds continue to look like they may be reassessed and added to. And so we are going to continue to be available, make ourselves avail to those funds. So it's not that anything has dramatically changed in terms of the emergency, but we'll probably be doing this monthly for the foreseeable future.
Well, I move to extend the emergency declaration related to COVID-19 through July 21st, 2020.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to extend the emergency declaration related to COVID-19 through July 21st, 2020. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? None heard. Passes unanimously. Sorry, Lisa, did you have?
Well, I was just going to ask if we've gone out with the second round of grants to businesses.
We're in process, and Layla is on here. I'm going to defer to her. Layla, you want to jump in?
Yeah, hi. We're just going through the process of getting the grant application materials from the state. So as soon as we get that, then the timeline kicks in and we will start allocating those funds.
And do you foresee another application process, or you'll work from the applications you already have?
The way that the grant is set up, that we have to use the state of Oregon, Business Oregon application, so we will have to have folks reapply. Okay. But one of our approaches is going to be reaching out to people who applied in the last round and making sure that they're aware and link them with that application.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Next, we have the consent agenda. Tonight's consent agenda includes minutes from the May 19, 2020 work session, May 19, 2020 regular session, a resolution making the following appointments: Michael Osborne to the Budget Committee, Beth Platt, Tony Lewis, Lance Lindahl, Lori Dorman, Pam Denham, Elvis Clark, Rob Reynolds, Masood Kosbrady, Jay Panagos, and Christina Cole to the Public Safety Advisory Committee. A resolution appointing Amy Ert to the Planning Commission, a resolution acting as the local contract review board, authorizing an intergovernmental agreement with the state to prepare a concept plan for multimodal connection between neighborhood greenways in central Milwaukie, a resolution waiving city-controlled system development charges and frontage improvement requirements for accessory dwelling units for a limited duration. Does any member of council wish to remove an item from the consent agenda?
No.
Is there a motion?
I move to accept.
Good.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. None heard. It passes unanimously. Audience participation. This is the part of the agenda during which council will hear community member statements regarding city business. Those wishing to speak and who have registered with the city and are logged into Zoom or are present at City Hall, please raise your hand or indicate that you wish to speak. Before you make your comments, please clearly state your name and city of residence for the record. If you would like the city to follow up with you, please submit your contact information to ocr@milwaukeeoregon.gov. As council has other business items on the agenda this evening, speakers will be limited to 3 minutes each. Because the information provided during public comment may be new to some councilors, the city manager will respond at the next council meeting to those comments that require follow-up. Before we begin, is there any follow-up from the June 2nd audience participation, Ms. Ober?
Nope, most of the comments were during the comprehensive plan discussion, so those are going to be brought up during that dialogue.
Okay. Scott, do we have anyone?
I do not see any hands raised in the attendees on Zoom, and we do not have any emails in the inbox.
I see a hand being raised from an Andy Baldwin.
Hello.
Andy, are you there? Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Great.
Okay.
So I live in Milwaukie. My name is Andy Baldwin, as was already mentioned. I live at Crystal Lake Apartments. So last week we saw the community come together to support Black lives in Milwaukie and to amplify the voices of Milwaukee's Black residents. I know several city council members, including Mayor Gamba and President Falconer, have expressed support for the BLM movement on social media. What is the city of Milwaukie doing in response to the current moment and to the concerns of our Black neighbors around police and policing in the city?
All right. Are we, City Manager Ann Ober? I know we've been receiving quite a few pieces of correspondence recently, and I don't know if we're prepared to have a conversation about that tonight. I think we are. I'm not sure if we're planning on doing that at this point in the agenda or if we'll ask Andy, Mr. Baldwin, to stick around with us until we have that discussion.
So we have it currently scheduled as a part of the budget. That is, I believe, the next item up. So I would recommend that we go into the budget presentation from the finance director, and then we enter into that dialogue. Does that work?
That works for me.
Perfect.
It isn't next, though, because we moved a few things around, right? So we're doing the short things from the end of the agenda first.
Okay.
That's right. We do have we do have minor business before we move to the budget, but that is our next large item on the agenda.
Andy, we'll be there probably in about 15 to 20 minutes if you don't mind hanging out. Otherwise, you'll be able to watch this online, but there will be an extensive conversation tonight about financing in the police department.
Great. Yeah, I'll stick around.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thanks.
Thank you.
I don't see any other hands raised or email comments.
I'm not seeing that either. Okay. All right, so we have changed the order a little bit because we anticipate that the public hearing items will require a significant amount of time. Council will proceed to the other business items first.
Angel, sorry. Did we
Yes.
want, Russ Stoll was wanting to speak tonight on this? No? Are we including that in the budget portion?
He sent us an email, but I don't have.
That's right. Mr. Stoll submitted an email comment, and the very top sentence of that indicated that he didn't know there was a pre-registration. I checked with the security officer. He has not attended City Hall, come to City Hall, and I don't see him on here. I didn't get a follow-up email. I did write him back and give him the options, but I don't see him present online.
All right. Thanks.
Okay, so first we have council agenda order changes and ordinance. This will be presented by our city recorder, Scott Stoffer.
Yes, thank you, Madam Council President and Council. This is hopefully a pretty quick business item. We've talked about this at your January retreat. We revisited it a couple weeks ago. This is just a permanent change of some of the agenda item switches we've been trying out, notably the announcements to the beginning and kind of a rearrangement and renaming of some of the items. So that's the bulk of my report. This is the codified last step in changing this, and this does mean, if approved this evening, the next regular session agenda will look a little different, have some different verbiage, but I think per council direction, it'll fit what council would like to see on their agendas. So I don't have any other thing else to say. If you have questions, happy to entertain those.
No questions. I'm happy to make a motion if no one else has. We have discussed this more than once, so. I move for the adoption of the ordinance amending the agenda order of council regular session meetings as outlined in Municipal Code sections 2.04.140 and 2.04.150.
One second.
It's been moved and seconded for the adoption of the ordinance amending the agenda order of council regular session meetings as outlined in Municipal Code sections 2.04.140 and 2.04.150. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None heard. Passes unanimously. Let's see, City and Ms. Ober, would you please read the ordinance twice by title only?
I'll be happy to. An ordinance of the City of Milwaukie, Oregon, amending the agenda order of council regular session meetings is outlined in Municipal Code sections 2.04.140 and 2.04.150. And again, an ordinance of the City of Milwaukie, Oregon, amending the agenda order of council regular session meetings is outlined in Municipal Code sections 2.04.140 and 2.04.150.
And Mr. Stoffer, will you please poll the council?
Councillor Beatty?
Aye.
Councillor Parks?
Aye.
Councillor Heisey?
Aye.
Council President Falconer?
Aye.
Mayor Gamba?
Aye.
Motion carried 5-0, ordinance 2193.
Thank you very much. Next, we have solid waste rates, a resolution. This will be presented by Assistant Finance Director Keith McClung.
Thank you, Council President Faulkner. Good evening, Mayor Gamba, City Council. My name is Keith McClung, and I'm the Assistant Finance Director for the City of Milwaukie. I'm here to present and discuss the solid waste rates for FY 21 and 22, or excuse me, 21. I'd like to acknowledge Chris Bell, who is our consultant with Bell and Associates, and also Rick Winterhaller from Clackamas County. And those two gentlemen will be available for questions as well. But I'd like to direct your attention, to COVID-19. Like a lot of things, this has prohibited the completion of Chris's, Mr. Bell's review with the two haulers that serve the city of Milwaukie. And where we are right now is pending, obviously, phase 2 and being able to touch base with those haulers with a physical site visit. Chris, if you could jump in here and kind of maybe explain some of the difficulties you're having with getting some information, possibly.
Yeah, one of the issues we had this year, and we do this every year, we usually do a site visit to Waste Management because they are the biggest hauler within Clackamas County and also the biggest hauler providing service within the city of Milwaukie. And so every year we do a site visit to review the underlying information that they use to submit the report. And this year we had significant questions on their submission. We also had questions on hood views, submitted report. And you're only limited so much by how much you can exchange through email. And part of what we wanted to take a look at was some of the underlying operational data, because what we were seeing was unexpected, given that in 2019, haulers across the Portland metropolitan area submitted rate reports, and they were very, very good. The economy was doing really well, and we expect to see rates return that were, between 8 and 12%. We didn't see that for both the haulers, and so we had significant questions. But because of the stay-at-home order, and as well as both the haulers kept their staff at home too, we did not have the opportunity to review those underlying documents to make adjustments to the submitted reports. Therefore, we know that there's 3 specific costs that they are going to be incurring and that are known and measurable. And so we took the same approach, not only Milwaukie, but also took to Clackamas County, of those costs that we could review, calculate, and embed back into the rates. And so that's what we're recommending right now, to pass those cost increase back through. And these are costs that are out of the control of the hauler. One of them is the activity tax that was recently implemented and is effective on July 1st. There's also the Metro tipping fee, which goes into effect on July 1st. That's 90 cents, and that's not a significant amount. And then the underlying costs that we know they're going to be increased are the cost of labor, and both companies utilize union labor. And so those costs are known and measurable. So what we're recommending is passing those costs or increasing the rates for those measurable costs. The other unknown at this point was Metro and what they're going to do with their tipping fee. Before the COVID crisis, Metro had signaled that they were going to substantially increase their rates, and that's been put on hold, and we still don't have any confirmation at this point whether Metro is going to increase that in the fall or the beginning of January. And so if that happens, then we may have to come back to City Council with consideration of another increase if Metro does pass that through. But for right now, what we're recommending is the increase fees for these known and measurable costs.
So what's the, you said Metro had a 90 cent increase in the tipping fee. That
correct.
Was last fall or something?
No, that's actually the way Metro, their tipping fee is broken down by 3 primary components. One of them is the actual cost to just take the waste to the transfer station, put it in a truck, and dispose it, and that's known as the overall disposal operational cost. That's one cost. The second is the Metro excise tax, and that is adjusted every year, and that's based on a law that says if so many tons divided by 11.5 million, I believe is the number. So if the tonnage numbers drop, that cost per ton will increase. And in this case, it went up 90 cents to account for that shortfall in tons for the excise tax. And then the third one is the regional system fee. And that would be the one that Metro is going to increase over the next few years to build additional infrastructure, not only increase the capacity at Metro South, but also looking at building a new transfer station in Washington County. And so those are the 3 primary components. And the big question is, what's Metro going to do with that regional system fee? Are they going to implement it? Are they going to raise it this year? Are they going to pass it or wait till next year? So we're still waiting for the decision to be made on that particular piece.
And what's the amount of the activity tax?
The activity tax we calculate it at 0.0046%. It's easy, but at 4.6, it's 0.5%. Mm-hmm. And the way it operates right now, it's almost a sales tax. Because it's assessed on activity up to $1 million or over. Any business that operates within the state of Oregon is being assessed this. And looking at the estimated calculation for the combined haulers is just under 0.5%.
I have a couple questions.
Yes.
So what I'm hearing there is that all of these increased costs are directly related to actual trash, not recycle, not yard waste, but actual trash. That's the tipping fee. It's the a tax on the basically the tonnage at the right. So
yes,
all three increases.
Well,
actual trash.
Not necessarily the union. You know, the union labor is assessed on garbage recycling, yard debris. It's the cost of the collection. It's what the drivers and the mechanics and everything else are being paid. So it's assessed on everything that both companies do, all their labor.
And what percentage of the increase is that?
Right now, the union labor is of 25 cents of the total rate. So what we're recommending, so for example, most of the residents within the city of Milwaukie subscribe to a 32-gallon or a 35-gallon roll cart. And of that 55-cent increase that we're recommending, 25 cents of that is for the union labor.
So roughly half.
Say again?
Roughly half.
Correct.
So this is an ongoing conversation that we have every year. I'm a little surprised we didn't do a work session on this, even though it wasn't as it typically would have been. But we are asking for increases, and we didn't do a work session. But and Rick is going to be. This is a broken record to Rick, so sorry, Rick. But so just looking at numbers on a 20-gallon garbage pickup, we're increasing 50 cents a month. And then on a 90-gallon garbage pickup, we're increasing 75 cents a month. So for more than 4 times as much trash, it's increasing 50%. So once again, the people who produce less trash, the people who are damaging the environment the least, however you want to say it, are subsidizing everybody else.
Mayor, we've lost Councilor Beatty. I know she's really interested in listening to the rest of this conversation, and she's trying to get back on.
She got kicked off Zoom.
Scott, is there any way for us to also have volume maybe coming like we did last week, so that we do, in case of this, when this happens, one of us is still able to hear what's going on? Sorry to hit the pause button, folks.
No worries.
Hey, Mayor, while we're waiting, just because I can say something that's probably not going to change Councilor Beatty's statements. We've added it so that next year, before we bring fee schedule, or as a separate conversation to fee schedule, that we also bring this conversation. We didn't have the data yet, which is why it wasn't a part of fee schedule. So that was an oversight. I apologize.
Okay.
I did hear that.
Lisa heard that.
Okay. Was there any response? I know, Mayor Gamba, did you ask all of your questions?
Well, I'm kind of waiting to hear the answer to this one.
So
Yeah.
The question is that I'm not sure I understood the question. Could you please repeat it?
All right, try and help me understand the equity in the fact that you're charging an extra 50 cents to somebody who's producing 20 gallons of trash and only 75 cents for somebody who's producing 90 gallons of trash. So the amount of trash is more than 4 times as much trash, and they're only paying 50% more rather than 4 times as much. So in an equitable world, the math there would be, if you're going to charge somebody who's got a 20-gallon can 50 cents, the person with the 90-gallon can would be paying $1.
Well, you could look at it that way, but you could also look at it that, there's 3 carts that are set out for one for garbage, one for recycling, and one for yard debris. And that rate also includes the collection of the recycling and the yard debris.
Sure, but you just told me that half of this cost is pure cost of trash. It's tipping fee, and it's the tax that basically is based off of tonnage of garbage.
Well, the activity tax is on the entire rate. So it's whether your rate's $100 or 50 cents, it's a 0.5% the way the state is calculating that. So the best way to understand it, it's very, very similar to a sales tax. So if you do have a lower rate, you are being assessed a lower amount.
Wow.
It's not a significant amount in this case because it's a 0.5% on the activity tax. The 90 cents, the 90 cent per ton increase through Metro is their excise tax, and that is assessed on garbage, and so that would be the one pure cost associated with garbage.
And so is that roughly a little bit less than 50% of this increase?
Yeah, right now in the rate it's only a nickel. It's a very, very small amount.
I'm sorry, I'm confused. It's a nickel of each one of these charges.
The breakout. And let me scroll over to this. The cost on a 20-gallon cart for a weekly pickup, the labor is the same for everybody because whether you have the labor to get the truck there is the same, whether they have a 20-gallon cart or whether they have a 90-gallon cart. The activity tax on the 20-gallon service is 15 cents. Excuse me, I misspoke. 15 cents. On the 32 or 35-gallon, it's 17 cents. And then the Metro excise tax is 5 cents for the 32 or 35-gallon cart, and it's 3 cents on the 20-gallon cart. And then on top of that is also the franchise fees and an operating margin on those 3 costs combined. So
I'm trying to hold all that math in my head. But
I know. I'm sorry.
This is why a work session or a study session is important on these increases. Because we spent a lot of years trying to make the charges more equitable and to encourage people to reuse and recycle and not produce as much trash, because that's intentional. And so when people who are using the smaller services are paying, as a proportionality, paying more than the people using larger services, is problematic. So
I see we have Rick Winterhalter with his hand up from the county.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, thank you very much. And Mr. Mayor, just, it is, I think Mr. Bell explained pretty well there that, it is a revenue tax. So all of the activities that we're paying for solid waste services are paying that corporate activity tax because it's based on the revenue, and the revenue includes all the costs to perform all of those services. And I remember walking with you, looking at those 90s when we last had this discussion, and we also, we noticed that those people with 90-gallon carts had larger families or were in multiple settings, and they also were recycling a lot. And so, and I mean, I agree, obviously, with that principle, and that's what these fees are designed to do. And I think our programs, the Milwaukee's program, they're just so mature that I think, early days when we made those big jumps and those big changes, really, it really worked out. And now I think, and that those larger cart customers are they're about 200, 400 of those, I think, out of the entire customer base. So, the bulk of the revenues and the bulk of what you're looking at in the total system are coming from those 32-gallon customers. So that's just kind of the way it goes. And the other thing I think Chris didn't finish saying is that then that tip fee on those 90s and 60s and 90s goes higher as well, because that disposal component is increased proportionally, like doubled. We do in the county anyway. I can't remember if we did that for the city or not, but
I always use the 90 simply because the math is easy for everybody to see. But
agreed.
Even looking at the difference between a 20 and a 35, again, proportionality is not there. I'm just.
Can I ask a question, Mayor?
I'm shaking my head. Yes, I hear you.
A couple of things. One is, Keith, what is the increase this year? What's the percentage again? Can you just remind me?
Right now, with the known and measurable costs, it ranges between 1% and 3%.
So just so everybody knows, this is incredibly low. This is probably lower than it should be for the year. And it's lower because of the issues that we described with COVID. And I'm bringing this up only because, for proportionality's sake, yes, it does matter. But I think next year it's going to matter a whole heck of a lot, because we're going to be looking at making up for the difference this year, which is taking us from the 3%. Let's say on the high end, we were charging an additional 3%, and we had to catch up with our now known numbers. It's an additional 4+. Let's say they had the same percentage increase again next year. It's an 11% increase. I think it's really important for us to get this right. And I hear you, Mayor. Keith and I actually had a conversation about equity. He actually talked to me about this. And so I don't know if he has something that he wants to add here, but I think we're going to have a really hard conversation in about 8 months about a lot more money affecting a lot of our families. And I do want to have this conversation. I hear you, and I think it's important, and I've asked for it to be added to the agenda. And I'm sorry that it came to you late. But I'm not sure, for the very small percentage we're talking about this year, that it kind of be left out that it's on a small year. The equity is going to look worse if we don't fix it by next time. I guess is what I'm telling you. I'd like to fix it for the 11%. But I also know we have a huge night ahead. And I don't know how much time we want to spend on a 2% night. When we've got some really big issues up in front of us. But I hear you. Keith did go back and watch your comments last year. He actually went back and watched them for the last couple of years because he wanted to try and get this right. This is his first time leading this part of our discussion. So it wasn't intentional. We do hear you. We will fix it. But I also need to approve it tonight.
No, it's fine. We can move on. I'm just trying to make the point that, we got to get these right, so that we are doing it right when it's big.
Yeah, and you are right, and I do hear you. So I'm not dismissing that. I want to make sure you know that. We're lucky. We made the mistake. It's in a very small year. We got to fix it.
Well, and I would have assumed. I mean, that makes sense to me that we're going to have a bigger hit next year. And so that all made sense to me, except that our consultant started out by saying everybody else in the region is not increasing, basically.
So we had a larger request. My hope, great. I mean, I'd love to come back and say that we have a smaller number next year and it's not as big of a hit. Just looking, it hasn't been the case. And so I'm not going to predict it, but knowing how much all of our other services are going up, I'm making an assumption. I think it's good for us to be prepared that it could be larger. And I'm actually, Keith was more worried and I was more worried that by waiting for this larger section, because we couldn't get through this whole process this year, that it would hit families disproportionately all at once. That's also not of interest to us. So we tried to figure out how we balance that too. And what we came down to is it's June 16th. And I've got to approve it. It doesn't mean it's the best thing we've done. I do appreciate that Keith has tried to get it out the door, but you're right too, Lisa. I'm predicting a lot of things poorly right now.
Well, I think that's probably a safe prediction, especially since he just told us that the rate actually goes up as the amount goes down. Mm-hmm. And so if economic downturn means less garbage, I don't know if an economic downturn means less garbage, but assuming that it does, then our rate's going to go up more because...
It meant more water use, which we were shocked by.
Yeah.
We did not see that coming. My conversations with you a month and a half ago about where water use would be was not where it is. Mm-hmm. So I don't know. But I also hear you on that, and it is something we're going to be watching, and we'll include in the staff report next year to talk about how we handle, if it is a substantial increase, that increase with our community, those who are struggling.
All right, cool. That's all I have.
Me too.
All right. Any further questions or anything on that? All right.
I'll move to approve the resolution adopting solid waste service rates effective July 1, 2020.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the resolution adopting solid waste service rates effective July 1st, 2020. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say no. None heard. It passes unanimously.
Nope.
Next, we've got fiscal year 2021 master fee schedule adoption, a resolution. The public hearing on the proposed master fee schedule is called to order. The purpose of this hearing is to take public comment on the proposed fee schedule. Does any member of council wish to announce an actual or potential conflict of interest?
No.
No.
No. Have we received any, I'm sorry, excuse me. Then we'll have the staff report from Assistant Finance Director, Keith McClung.
Thank you, Council President Faulkner. As you know, we've discussed the master fee schedule for FY21 and 22. This is a change from prior years in order to align with the biennium budget. I thought I'd walk everyone through the changes we've done since I presented it last time. There were several areas where some questions and concerns were addressed, and so I'd like to start with kind of our changes. The first is on page 106, 107 of the PDF, RS 106/107. There are two rate changes under the medical gas permits section. And these were last minute, dictated by the state. And so this is just kind of to bring your awareness. The rates I had presented prior to were the best at the time. And Sam, the building official, updated these. And I apologize, I can see too that the originals aren't redlined, but it's in the 10K to 100K section and then the 100K section. Both of those rates actually reduced. So that's good news. That's the first one I wanted to bring to your attention. The second one is on RS 110, the very next page, or 3 pages. And in regards to business registrations, we had discussed increasing the per FTE in FY22 and raising that from $10 to $12. And you'll recall there wasn't much impact from a dollar perspective, but it sort of focused on those larger larger businesses to generate a little bit more revenue. So that's number 2. Number 3, very next page, the filming permit. I bumped this to up to 5,000. That seems like a pretty stiff amount from what I originally proposed, which was 2,400. To be honest with you, that's based on about 50 hours worth of work at roughly $100 per hour related to the Netflix engagement that we had last December. So if you guys remember, we had a documented schedule, I think of about 16 staff who did a 2-hour shift during that long Sunday. I believe it was a Sunday. And so just to give us credit for that, that's about 32 hours plus in general, roughly about 15 to 20 hours in terms of planning. There was work on both ends. So that's roughly based on 50 hours at $100 an hour. My calculations per hour from a rate or a labor perspective, about $75 an hour, and then $25 an hour related to the building, the impact to the public, that sort of thing. That was number 3. Also up on that, I did kind of include the up to language. So it wasn't designed to have companies who spent an hour of our time to be charged $5,000. It was more of the Netflix engagements that required much more time commitment. So up to 5,000 is what we determined. The 4th change is on RS 112 related to parking. In previous years, we were directed to increase parking kind of every year. This year, in response to COVID, we delayed that parking increase to FY22. So you'll see that on RS 112 for the quarterly and annual parking fees.
So I'm seeing crossed out number, but not a replaced number. I'm not seeing.
Right. I was just going to say that also. I mean, that's what we've got is redlined out on 21 and 22 both.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
The other ones that we were talking about.
It was the filming thing.
Yeah, right below or right above it, there should be the red line version. So I'm sorry. Yeah, the red line version starts on RS 98. And so within the red line version, you should see the old rates in a table and the new rates. Are you guys not seeing that?
No, we're seeing the old rates cross through, but we're not seeing the new rates.
No new rates.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So is the clean just why don't we look at the clean then? Do you know what page that is of the clean so that we can?
Yeah, let me get there really quick.
It's above. So.
Mm-hmm.
It's before the red line version.
Yep.
I see what's going on, you guys. So he's done 2 boxes in the red line version. The clean box sort of and the red line box on the same page. I would just now caught that.
And that's in the red line version, correct, Maya Gamba?
Yeah.
I apologize for the confusion, everyone. The parking schedule, it should be the same for FY21. You should see just the $10 and $30 increase for FY22.
Yeah, okay. So that
I see.
Off by the filming thing because it was on a different page where the red line was on one page and the clean version was on another page. Just caught that on the parking. All right.
Thank you for the catch, Mayor Gamba. I apologize for the confusion. There's quite a few tables we're dealing with.
Yeah.
Okay.
So But I assure you, the parking rates for FY21 will stay consistent with 20, and in 22 will reflect the increases that your wishes you guys had requested.
Thanks.
And then the last change all is on RS 115, the engineering. There was a major application fee, and I had failed to update FY22 with the the $250 amount, which is what we increased the FY21 fee. So I failed to carry the increase into the next year. So that's updated for 21 and 22.
So that's on major encroachments, right?
You got it. Yep. And so I just missed a copy and paste in the Excel document. But if I can provide any clarity on the parking or the film permit, please let me know.
That's good.
I think we're on the same page there. Do we have any other questions?
No.
Is there a motion?
Close the public hearing?
Just to close the public hearing on the proposed. Yep.
Sure, I move.
You need to see if there's comment, right?
I'm sorry. Did not see any.
They're right. And I don't know of any other correspondence. Keith, have you received any correspondence on this?
I have not.
And just ask.
And I don't see any.
I don't see anybody wanting to speak to this. No.
Sorry, did we lose you or?
Sorry?
Oh, we've lost video. I just wanted to make sure we didn't lose you.
No.
Okay, so I'm not going to read then all of this part because we don't have any public testimony, if that's okay. Okay, so now, are there any further questions from? Okay. Then I will entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So move.
It's been moved and seconded to close the public hearing on the proposed master fee schedule. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None heard. The public testimony portion of the public hearing on the proposed master fee schedule is closed. Is there council discussion?
We had a nice long work session on this.
Yeah.
Well discussed. That's right. Then is council ready to vote?
Yes.
I move to approve the resolution revising fees and charges and updating the master fee schedule for fiscal years 2021 and 2022.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the resolution revising fees and charges and updating the master fee schedule for fiscal years 2021 and 2022. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. None heard. It passes unanimously.
Break
Sure.
before we dive into the big stuff.
How much time would we like? 10 minutes?
Sure.
15? 10? Okay. How about 5 minutes, everyone?
Sure.
Great. We will take a 5-minute break.
Don't hang up off Zoom.
All right, next up, we have a public hearing on the 2021 Biennial City Budget Adoption. The public hearing on the proposed biennial city budget. Purpose of this hearing is to take public comment on the proposed budget. Does any council member wish to announce an actual or potential conflict of interest?
No.
Nope. All right, this will be presented by our Finance Director, Bonnie Dennis.
Good evening. Thank you, President Faulkner and Mayor and other councilors. I am pleased to report this evening on the City of Milwaukie approved budget for the fiscal years 21 and 2022. This is the last step of the process that we started many months ago and continued until May. Starting in February, we discussed the capital improvement plan and in a joint session with the Budget Committee and Citizens Utility Advisory Board. And in subsequent meetings, we also discussed the development of the proposed budget and various elements within it. On the May 9th meeting, on May 9th, we kicked off our official Budget Committee meeting with the presentation of the proposed budget. Seeing as this was the committee's first time and first look at the proposed budget, it definitely inspired many questions that we received and we addressed subsequent to the second Budget Committee meeting. The second budget meeting was on the May 23rd, and it was a public hearing. And at that meeting, we completed department presentations of the proposed budget. And then through deliberations, the Budget Committee then approved the proposed budget. Highlights of the approved budget included that this is the city's fifth biennium budget, covering 2 fiscal years. It's balanced at $175.5 million. It maintains a similar level of municipal services prior to prior years, while also planning for the current recession. And it includes reserves that meet the city's minimum policy requirements. The appropriation resolution that you have before you tonight has 3 items in it. The first item is that it adopts the biennium budget and the appropriations with the following adjustments since the approved budget that staff is recommending. As discussed during the Budget Committee meetings, and as you all know, the economic environment is changing on a day-to-day basis. And with that, the staff is recommending the following proposed resolutions, and as well as we also continue to look through our city needs. The first item is an increase in the city manager department of $30,000 for DEI, which is diversity, equity, and inclusion training. The police department increased by $25,000 for DEI training. Additionally, finance increased $42,000 to cover 1 FTE admin specialist position. We had a community development department decreased by $197,000 by removing 1 FTE and transferring that savings and the FTE to the planning services department. And then within the planning services department, that increased by $210,000 for an assistant planner. Lastly, we had the engineering department removed 1 FTE, which was the project manager. That was a vacant position already. And with that would be a promotion of an associate engineer to a civil engineer, overall decreasing the engineering department by $175,000. So the total city budget in this resolution is $175,357,000. The second item that is within the resolution is that it adopts the capital improvement plan, including the funding and unfunded projects. And then lastly, it includes the appropriation of the property taxes, the levies of the property taxes at a rate of 4.1367 for fiscal year 21 and fiscal year 2022 per 1,000 of assessed value for operations and bonded debt levy amounts of $862,000 and $856,000 for fiscal year 21 and 22 respectively. And that concludes my budget presentation.
Mayor, Council President Faulkner, I do just want to make a clarification on the funding that we asked for to go towards the city manager's office for the $30,000. I'm actually not able to commit that it is for training today. I believe that there are a variety of things that our community may need in the realm of DEI. And so I am actually asking that we just have those funds available for DEI related expenses. And that we'll determine those with our community as we go further into this process. I do know that training is needed. A portion of it will probably go towards training internally, but it's not the only thing that's needed. And we need some time to figure that out.
And for the police department?
The police department, one of the interesting things that I am learning, so when we first made this move, we did so with the belief that we would do two types of training. One would be DEI training, one both related to DEI, but one would be a traditional DEI training. The second would be an implicit bias training. The reason I'm struggling with that answer tonight is because I'm reading a lot. And there's some work that's saying that the bias training isn't as helpful as they had originally hoped it to be. So same thing here. It's a commitment that we're going to spend it towards DEI. I believe it's a commitment that we will spend it towards what gets us the outcomes we want, not so much focused on the tools that we purchase with it. But my commitment is that the funding would be used towards the outcomes we want around DEI. Does that make sense? Okay.
Yeah. Have we received any additional correspondence on the topic?
Yes, we have. And Bonnie, I have a list. I can read through the names. So there was we've received a fair amount of correspondence, as council knows, on this, and most of it was included in the packet posted on Friday. But since the packet posted on June 12th, we received comments on the budget from Megan Adkins, Sam Moore, Jonice Ori, Bernie Stout, and then today, midday today, we had one from Matt Manili and Greg Bartz-Bowman.
And, well, I mean, it's sort of hard to know some of the comments, whether they belong in audience participation or budget, but the one that came in from Russ Stoll just prior to, I would also consider that a budget.
That is correct.
It relates to policing, so I think it's...
And it will be included in the record. I just, yep.
Does anyone wish to comment on the proposed budget? Do we have any hands raised or anyone in the queue?
Madam Council President, I see no hands raised in Zoom, and I see no emails in the inbox.
All right, then don't think we need to read through, although I guess I should. All right, not seeing any. Does council have any questions for staff?
No.
No? Okay.
No, sorry. I have too many windows open on my computer. So I'm tired and I may be forgetting things, but I thought when we originally talked about the budget, we were feeling pretty good about the level of planners in the planning department, and it looks like we made changes to change that number. So I just wanted to hear the reasoning behind.
Sure. So we have had 3 front desk people or 3 administrative assistants. Oh, Leila's still here. I'm going to let her go.
Great. You might hear my dog. Sorry. So what we ended up doing is, you may be familiar, we have 3 admin positions in the department. Dan Harris is one of those positions, and he's actually accepted a position with the city manager's office. No hard feelings at all on my part.
So excited.
Wonderful. So I'm thrilled for him. But in thinking about the larger needs of the department, and because I'm a planner by nature, thinking out a couple of years in terms of what those needs look like when we start to consolidate into City Hall, I worked with Ann with this plan to, instead of replacing the administrative position, which Dan's position primarily supports an element of planning and then our front desk operations, to move that to an assistant planner who could take on a chunk of that workload, but also provide, I think, necessary needed support for the planning department. And so I think that shift allows us to, expand our planning capacity, but it allows us to sort of pick up all of those pieces. And so I worked with the admin staff as well to see if that was something that they could take on. And I think the team has really coalesced around that proposal. So what we're asking is to kind of shift the administrative assistant into an assistant planner who could kind of provide a range of services.
I do just want to add, so this person is still going to be at a front desk, but this means that we actually have somebody who's knowledgeable and really engaged in the planning work at the front desk, able to communicate directly as people are coming in with applications, instead of us having to trade out who's at the front desk and bring people back and forth. So they are still lending a lot of that planning support that Dan has done so well. But we think this just gets us a little bit more, which we think we need with the sheer volume of applications that could come. And I try and let the managers decide what they need most. And this is what Layla needs most right now.
And so does that mean that person becomes, there's no more planner of the day? This is like a dedicated front desk planner?
That's, I'm still working with the team on the logistics of it. But I think that, there's going to be some logistical shifts when we move too, just because spatially will be laid out different. So that's a possibility and a real one. But I'd like to coordinate with the team once this is approved, assuming that it is, to figure out what the most efficient process is. And I think a big part of this move, honestly, is efficiency. I think we gain quite a bit of efficiency. And so that is one aspect that we've discussed. Instead of our planner of the day, becomes someone who really provides development review.
I mean, we did move from 4 to 5 planners several years ago, and 3 years ago?
3 years ago.
When we hired David.
So actually it was Mary when we extended it, because we brought in an assistant planner.
Right. And I mean, the volume has not gone down, and we've still got a lot of code writing to do, so.
Yeah, we do.
One of the things that I also really value in what Layla's doing is having growth in that chain is really important, and making sure that people can stay here, they can learn here, and then they can grow into higher level positions is a big deal. And it's something that often comes up with our employee discussions, is this desire, and even though we're a small organization, to be able to move up and to gain that extra ground. And so this is a entry level, somebody coming out of college experience, and it allows us to grow people here.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? I have a question, I guess, about sort of process, because we have next on the script is a motion to close the public hearing. But I think some of our discussion will probably require staff input. So I'm sort of looking at Scott for assistance on how to navigate.
Go for it, Scott.
I do. I just double click something and now it's all cattywampus. Oh, all right. I think the cleanest way to do it, and it's set up as councils, just ask questions now before you close your discussion. But you could easily, if we wanted to go by the books, you could easily reopen the hearing, ask questions of staff, and then close the hearing again. But this is also a legislative hearing versus like a judicial one.
So we could just keep it open.
I just keep it open.
I think you can just keep it open and ask input for staff.
Okay. Why don't we do that then? I think that's the easiest way to move forward with the various topics we've got in this agenda item. Does that make sense to everybody?
Sure.
All right. Then is there council discussion?
Yeah, let's just adopt it.
Well, I do have topics that I want to bring up. I think we absolutely need to recognize the volume. In my years on council, this is certainly the most testimony we've received on a budget item. So I don't think we can just move forward very quickly on this. And in addition to all of the testimony that we've received, I did get a specific request from a partner in the community, and so I wanted to bring that up. I've shared with all of you a draft letter to the Board of Directors of TriMet regarding the Transit Police Division. And the reason this came up was because as you all probably have seen in the news, Portland has withdrawn from the division. There's question around management of that program moving forward. Chair Kafori in Multnomah County has indicated that whether or not the county would be picking up some portion of that is on hold. I have not heard anything that changes that right now. We've also since learned that at the end of the year, Lake Oswego will withdraw from the contract. And I'm hearing from other jurisdictions in the area. I also sent around a link, and it's mentioned in the letter, or the draft letter, that the City of Portland's auditor raised some pretty serious questions about accountability and management of the program. I think according to TriMet's own data, the majority of the requests for service have to do with minor violations, minor crimes. Some of those include responding to questions about fare. And one of those involved a pretty high-profile case involving a good friend of mine. So I wanted to put that out there because I think it's important to respond to the community. I've just now recently seen that Thousand Friends has submitted testimony to TriMet to discontinue the program. And a member of TriMet's board reached out to me to ask us to have this conversation here as well. So I think we need to have it. I also want to I want to reiterate and highlight something that Mayor Wheeler said, which is really important to recognize, that that there will be no change in response to actual crimes or responses to emergency requests for emergency responders. That would continue. That does now operate through a 911 dispatch program, and those calls would continue to go through a 911 dispatch program. I would also just simply point out that OPAL, Unite Oregon, PALF are all calling for policymakers to pay more attention to this program. And I guess I would just simply say that this is one of those things where we won't be losing an officer by not continuing to be a part of this program. This isn't a matter of displacing someone's job, but I think perhaps using our resources in focusing those resources where they should be focused. In my time on PSAC, on the Public Safety Advisory Committee, the questions, I remember the conversations well. The fears of the crime train coming to town, and those fears that additional crime has not manifested, at least according to the information I received when I was chair of that committee from our previous police chief. So you've got the draft letter. I guess I would like to hear from others on the council, and of course staff, city manager. I think we still have Chief Straight on the line. If anybody has anything, then I will put that out there.
I'd like to hear from the chief on his take on this.
I guess before that, I would just say that, I definitely want to hear from the chief too. I guess I would just say, I think in 2 or 3 months, we might want to have this conversation, but I think personally, it strikes me we don't have enough info. It's kind of premature. We need to see how TriMet responds to this audit. We need to give TriMet a chance to come to the table. We need to hear from our officers who do this work. I think it might be called for, but I guess I'm not sure. I think we have enough information yet. Anyway, so that's not to interfere with what the chief might have to say.
Yeah, let's hear from the chief, and then I'll comment.
Good evening, Council, Mayor Gamba, and Council President Falconer. Luke Straight with Milwaukie PD. I have reviewed the letter, and I don't necessarily dispute any of the claims or the intent expressed in the letter. I understand there's some information that's been exchanged not only at our local level here, but regionally. And certainly I'm not involved in all of the regional communication about the program and the broader intent and impact of how we manage it. So I understand the intent of this recommendation, and ultimately we would be able to support the recommendation. And I trust council's judgment on the issue ultimately.
And would we still retain the officers? We would not have to lay off people.
So do you mind if I answer this, Chief?
Go right ahead.
So we, going into this budget cycle, we were worried about where we would be in 2 years. And so we have been holding on 2 FTE in the police department just to make sure that we had some buffer. We would not have that buffer. We're going to move the officers, if we go this direction, into those 2 positions. We are moving a officer and a sergeant. So that is a slightly higher price point than what I had talked to some of you about earlier. But we have found the money in the budget to do it. So if this is something that the council feels is important, we'll respect and support that. And I have had discussions with Chief Straight just about where we might be able to in the coming months and years to find other money for the next budget cycle. That is the one piece I don't have a plan for right now, but we can cross that bridge when we get there.
So what does it do to, I'm trying to think, what is the cost of not having a buffer?
I don't know today. That's part of, it's the same answer I gave earlier tonight when we were talking about where we are on budget and on waste and on a bunch of things. We're making predictions and we're trying to read some tea leaves and trying to read the future, right? And it's just hard. So we know that our officers are a large percentage of our general fund budget. And so when we have had historic recessions, we have used attrition as a way for managing that budget. So my predecessor, Bill, went down 8 positions. My goal had been to not just go deep and to instead go long. And so we were going to try and go long. But everybody who's coming back may or may not all of our officers, we have retirements over time. And so there may be vacancies that allow me in the coming months to rehold some of those positions going into that future budget cycle. I can't guarantee the timing because I don't know the timing. It's dependent on the individual. So, we're here to support the desire of council. Council makes policy with money. That's what you do. We respect that this is a big policy discussion and an important one. So we will make it work. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay.
Question, comment. So one of the things that strikes me is that the other entities that are involved in transit policing are removing their policing. Is that correct, Angel, from your letter? They're removing their staff members from.
Yeah.
So I mean, I wouldn't want to have our police department be the only ones out there. It should be a team of interrelated communities, and if that isn't happening, then I'm concerned about that. But, well, at the same time, I know how much I've appreciated seeing transit police on the Max line. I don't take the bus hardly ever, but on Max is the only one I can relate to. But this takes them off both the buses and Max, correct?
Well, it diminishes the number. There's still other transit police, obviously.
Portland makes up, if I'm correct, Portland makes up about half.
Do they?
But they're talking about withdrawing from that.
They have, and that final vote will be next week. Yeah. The only reason it's not final today is because there was one no vote on their budget last week.
Right. Yeah. So I mean, it's
what about Hillsborough?
Agencies together, but if it's not, then we shouldn't be the Lone Ranger out there.
Well, do we know that? I mean, we know about Portland and LO. Do we know about Hillsborough, Beaverton, Gresham?
So we're talking about now if it's now cut by 50%. So that's what we know.
I also just want to add, this wasn't recent, but Oregon City actually got out of their contracted positions 2 years ago. Is that right, Luke?
That sounds about right, yeah.
So this has been an ebb and flow in the system. I don't want it to sound like it's all dependent on this current action. I think there have been some concerns from cities beyond just today. So, again, we're going to support whatever council decides to do on this, but I don't want you to think that you're alone. I don't think you're alone in this discussion.
I know that the current contract was signed originally in 2015. Is that the first time the city of Milwaukie had an officer assigned to the transit division?
No, we had officers involved long before that.
Okay.
It increased from 1 to 2 a few years back.
It went up as high as 3 at one point.
3?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We withdrew one of our officers last year. So that when I came in with my budget cycle, Luke, correct me if I get this wrong. The last budget that I presented to the council, we actually decreased the number of FTE by 2. One was a TriMet officer. The other one was the motor van.
Right. Yeah.
So those 2 FTE left. This would be an additional 2 from that point. And so we would go in the budget right now, it says 40.5. We would drop that to 38.5.
But everybody employed now would keep their job. It would just be doing something different.
Yeah. It would be doing something different and
still responding to requests for service on or near transit.
Yeah, so right now, many of our officers, so a lot of our officers' time right now is actually outside of our city.
Right.
So,
but if they're only responding to emergencies and they're not assigned to that, so it's like anybody who happens to be on duty. So would it only be those bus and train incidences that happened within the city limits of Milwaukie?
What do you ask?
That would be a big
for
difference.
city officers, yes.
So our officers would actually be more available to City of Milwaukie.
Yeah, yeah.
So I had to do some research to think through this a little bit, and because I know that safety on transit has been a real concern of this community, and there was a lot of fear around the Orange Line coming in. And I discovered that there was a program that actually, now that I, once I got in the Wayback Machine and thought about it, I remembered experiencing this program on transit that was canceled in 2009. And TriMet actually had a program that was award-winning, that worked for many years, that trained people in de-escalation techniques and conflict resolution. And I'm not going to get the terminology right, but it was a whole cadre of employees who were, I think, transit advocates or rider advocates. And a lot of the places where we have police response to incidents on TriMet, it's for those fairly minimal things. And prior to them killing this program in 2009, that was who dealt with a lot of those sort of minor infractions. And they were specifically trained to do this sort of work. And I thought that was really interesting. I don't understand. I mean, TriMet's reasoning was budget, but since then, they've been hiring more and more police officers through contracts like this, and they've been hiring more and more private police. So I don't really understand how those numbers work out. It seems to me like they may be spending I don't see the cost savings necessarily, but I have not spent the time to go through TriMet's budget. I haven't had time. But I just wanted to share that as, as we're trying to figure out the ways in which we can make our communities safe for everyone. I think there are some really great approaches that maybe we've walked away from in the past, and this may be one of them.
So did you mean they trained the drivers in this conflict, or they had people who randomly rode?
Right, kind of like you have fare inspectors now. They were just out there on transit, being available as a resource and kind of keeping an eye on things.
Well, and what you were just saying, Kathy, caused another brain cell, I guess, to expand. I'm not sure what. But I thought that TriMet reimbursed us for those transit police. So there's no, so what's the effect on our budget? I mean, is it a budget question or is it a something else question?
It's both. So Bonnie's on here because I got their numbers wrong. So she can talk about it a little more. And I was wrong because the numbers that I had originally looked at were just, what do we lose in a contract? What is 5%? Right now we get reimbursed by 105% from TriMet for those officers. Yeah. So I took the calculation of that, and that's what, to me, we were short. But when we had the positions in the PD budget, we programmed those positions as if we were getting new people in. So we were getting new recruits. They're a lot cheaper than bringing in seasoned 25-year veterans of the police department. They're more expensive. So Bonnie has those numbers tonight. She can talk about that briefly if you'd like to, but I think that the short answer is, it sounds like this is a really important conversation for you all around policy. And I'm just letting you know, we will figure out the finance part of this, if this is the policy that you feel is the right policy right now. And I've seen a lot of those emails and I've heard from all of you already. Luke and I will stand with you. I don't want to focus too much on it because we've already figured out how to cover it in the budget. But, you know, the long-term ramifications, if I don't hold those positions, if they vacate, if I don't hold 2 positions, could have some effects on our next budget cycle, just point blank. So I don't want to sugarcoat that part either. But after talking to Luke today, we think that we may have some vacancies still that will happen in that would allow us to recoup some of those costs. So I don't want to overblow that either. Is that fair, Chief?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So this is the conversation that is new to a lot of folks, but it's not a new conversation. When I was serving on the Metro Low Income Fair Task Force, and that's got to be 3 or 4 years ago, there was a lot of conversation about the money that was spent on having a police force on transit relative to the effect, I guess. And there were a lot of advocates in the realm of the low-income fare conversation that felt like that the communities of color were often more affected in a negative way by that program. And
by fare inspectors or by the police?
Well, I think they conflated it a little bit, but by the police, because a lot of it, there were stories, and this is all, you know, stories. I've got no data to go with it, but you know,
I have some data.
Concerns about.
And police are responding to fare inspection issues.
Yes, they are. People ending up in altercations that became really detrimental to a young person of color's life that were beyond really the damage or the problem that person was causing, and very often it was fare evasion. So the advocates in the realm, in that realm, have been asking for this for some time. I've during the T2020 process, I've been advocating for a fareless system. I think the future, the right transit system of the future is a free transit system. There are many cities that have pulled that off. And I think it's something that the Portland metro region should be working towards. I think the other issues that the officers were, dealing with on transit do tend to be minor. So I have no angst about pulling out of the program ourselves. I think the interests, broadly speaking, is to see money being spent that benefits people of color, rather than another place where somebody is likely to end up tangled up with the law and then in jail, or hurt or something beyond what necessarily might be called for. And there's a feeling, again, I don't know the data, that people of color are more heavily affected.
But nothing we can prove. In all of this discussion that apparently is being held throughout the different areas and over time, has there been any discussion of, if all the transit police are removed, And then what happens if there's a determination 6 months, a year, 2 years, whatever down the road that they need to reinstate them? Has there been any discussion about process for that, or whether that's even something that anybody's considered?
I would just say one thing. I don't know the answer to that, Councillor Parks, but I do just want to make sure that everybody knows when we go down on the number of officers that we have outside of this agreement, just in general, when we go down, when we are in a hiring process and we don't have enough officers, we pull back on some of our special assignments, and we staff our critical services. This is one of those places where we may pull back. So by not having the full slate of officers that are proposed in the budget, it means that if the contract came back, if for some reason the council decided to be somewhere different, it would take us time to ramp up to be able to support a program like that in the future. So I just want to make sure everybody recognizes that it would probably take us a year before we could enter a contract and be able to get there, just because of the length of the hiring processes. I'm not telling you that we would ever get there again. I have no idea where councils would want to be, but I just want to be transparent about that lag time.
I guess I first heard of this last night when Councillor Falconer sent her letter around. So I would have liked to have had more time to study this issue. I would have liked, frankly, to hear from the officers who do the work. I mean, if they're really doing fair inspections, then, that's not what I think we should be giving our police over for. On the other hand, I remember 2 people being killed at the Hollywood Transit Center a couple of years ago. I remember some pretty horrible stories about, some gang activity harassing people on the various lines at different times in the past. So, I mean, I do feel the need for some roving law enforcement on transit. And I do worry about what we do if we got this program, which, I mean, Portland has kind of done, but I don't like making policy on the fly, and I don't like making policy. I think it's always bad policy to not give the interlocutors you're working with a chance to respond, and that's where I come from.
So, since I know that this is not exactly revenue neutral, but is this a conversation that has to be embedded within the budget conversation?
Well, that's what I asked. It doesn't seem to be.
So from the perspective, it is going to dramatically change, not dramatically, let me be clear. It's going to change your numbers and what you adopt tonight. And so Bonnie actually has that amendment ready for you. But it does matter tonight unless we're coming back to you in 6 months with a budget amendment. You could amend the budget at that time, but we couldn't amend it in a week, if that makes sense. So I think we can provide that tonight. Bonnie has all those numbers ready, or we could come back at a future date, but it wouldn't be for a while.
I mean, I do agree with Councillor Beatty that I don't like making policy decisions on the fly either, and this is coming up really fast. I don't know how. I also don't see how we get around that piece where it's a budget decision. We're kind of. I feel like I'm up against a wall, which I don't like.
Well, we will be almost certainly coming back with amended budgets. I think we're going to have other
6 months.
You think it's going to take 6 months?
Yeah, I mean, so the reason is what I committed to the budget committee was that I wanted to see real numbers on where we were with the recession. We were making some decisions based on what might happen. We've actually even got more information since we had the budget meeting a month ago. But but I don't know until probably this fall. What's happening with schools will dictate how much productivity is in businesses, which will dictate a lot of moving parts. So we just don't have the answers until this fall, or at least I don't think we have any major changes to the budget until this fall.
So if we made the same decision in 2 months, how would that, I mean,
so if you made the same
that's what supplemental budgets are for, right? I mean, you make that goes into the next supplemental budget.
So we would give 30 days notice at the point that council made the decision. We would probably start under expending. And then we would come back and course correct.
Well, even if we looked at it 2 months down the road, what other information would we need? What would we have to be able to help us make a decision? From what I understand of the letter, several entities have already decided that they are pulling out, and that's not going to change in 2 months. So, I'm really conflicted, truly conflicted, but I'm trying to look at both sides of this and see what's best for the city of Milwaukie.
That's why, as much as I'm talking a lot, I'm trying not to weigh in, because I think that this is a really hard policy call. And I think it's why you're hearing the chief not say a lot. Right. Is because we respect that this is a decision that this council needs to make.
Usually when we make these kind of decisions, it's correct that we have had work sessions about them and, gotten data and that backs things up and all of that kind of thing. And we do have some data from the letter that Council President Faulkner put together, which has some really good data in it. And yet at the same time, it's like, oh, wow, okay, well, this is kind of new and different and happening quickly. So, like I said, for me, conflicted.
Yeah, and I think this is just a hard time to be making policy in so many different ways. I absolutely would not support this if it meant that we had to terminate 2 officers.
Oh, no.
So
I wouldn't either.
The fact that that is not the case makes this easier for me. And the little bit of research I was able to do yesterday it really does support what the mayor was sharing with us and what Council President outlined in the letter. That this program has instilled fear and it has disproportionately discriminated against people of color. The study that I did dig up was done in 2017, and it was an analysis of 10 years of state court data. And what it showed was that African Americans had been charged with interfering with public transit at a rate of up to 6.4 times higher than the rate of white riders in that same period of time. So what that means is the only time you have an interfering with public transit citation is when there's a police officer involved. The fare inspectors don't do those. You have to call a police officer for that. So that tells me that that to some degree that policing is being used inappropriately. I don't think I don't share that as a observation I tend to make, or that I'm intending to make, to say that the police officers in this program are being racist. I share that to say that I think this may be a system that inappropriately supports bias, and that police officers are being used to support bias.
And I think, what that data, that study really points to one of the key issues that was brought up in that audit report, which is that there is no accountability. TriMet is tasked with managing a program and including 70 officers that they don't directly employ. And so when those things occur, when there's disparate treatment, people don't even know who they're supposed to complain to. And since a Milwaukie officer, is potentially riding a train somewhere outside of our jurisdiction, or another officer is involved in one of these calls, there's no way for that. They're supposed to carry a business card, but there are 15 different uniforms involved on a transit system. So there are real problems with accountability there. And so who do you call? If TriMet is managing a system where they have no process in place for accountability, whether it's a Beaverton officer or a Portland police officer involved in the incident, the person writing, the people who've observed that incident have no way of knowing where to report that information. And then, on top of that, if they can't report the problem to TriMet isn't even collecting this data because it's not happening within their fare inspection system. It's happening in state court cases all over the place in 3 different counties. I think this is about protecting our officers as well, and not asking them to be a part of a system that has real accountability issues and real management issues.
What's ironic from these letters is it looks like, it does sound like there's a lack of accountability, but it's actually Portland police that are commanding it. It's not TriMet.
Well, that's another real problem with what's going to happen with this program moving forward.
Well, I do think that's a good question, and but it's interesting that Portland is complaining about something that they maybe had some control over fixing or improving in any event. Yeah, it says the commander of the Portland Police Bureau's Transit Division, and we will note the letter they send says PPB will no longer be commanding the Transit Division after December 2020. So it wasn't TriMet managing it, which is kind of bizarre, but it's PPB complaining about something they could have improved.
Well, not if the officer involved is a Beaverton police officer, for example. How do they hold one of someone
that's what those IGAs are all about. There's a process in there.
There's no process in this system. And I don't know how a police union would ever go along with a Portland Police Department reprimanding or doing some sort of disciplinary action against one of our police officers.
I'll have to look back at we just approved the contract a month ago, so it's easy enough to find.
You haven't signed it yet.
Yeah, just so you guys know, when this conversation started in the community, I held on signing it. So I can sign it. You have given me the authority to sign it, but this has been bubbling, and I wanted to make sure that the consistency was still there. Things change.
Well, if it's been bubbling, it's doubly annoying that we only heard about it last night.
I'm talking about from emails that I have been getting and from the comments and the articles that I have been reading in the Oregonian. So this is not a statement on anything other than it felt like it was coming. I also think it's worth just noting here that we have had a conversation with the school district. They have asked us not to remove the SRO at this time because I know that was another thing that I have been looking at and watching for. But I did hear back from the superintendent earlier this morning asking that we participate in a process this year in which they look at SROs but not actually change out our SRO program.
Yeah, and just to address Councilor Beatty's last point, I'll let you know that this was only brought to my attention, and that I think speaks to, and I will apologize to the community for not taking a closer look at this when we had this conversation, when we passed a resolution, because I do think that we often give things the green light without fully engaging in our community, and that was a missed opportunity, and we should have taken more time to listen to some of the concerns that have, as the mayor points out, have been part of the conversation for a long time. So that's on us, me included, for turning that blind eye and not having ears open and listening to the concerns of the community. And as the only person who pre-COVID actually relied on transit for my the majority of my commuting, the majority of my trips, I will say that as a middle-aged white woman riding the train, my experience is and my perception of a police officer boarding a train is significantly different than what I'm hearing from people in our community. And so I don't think it's very, we can't sit here and talk, anecdotally from our own experiences. When we do have data that suggests that our experiences aren't very representative of a lot of people who ride transit and rely on it as their only means of transportation every single day.
So one of the points you made, Lisa, was, the couple of incidents that made the news that were concerning, and and there are others we can think of down through the years. But keep in mind that those occurred while there was a police force.
Well, right, and I imagine if there had been an officer on the train where the two men were killed, that might have come out differently. And whoever did respond to that probably was Portland Police responding, at the next station or whatever. We can't have police on every train, and so those, that wouldn't have necessarily, that obviously didn't change the outcome in that scenario.
No, and I think it's just really important to point out that 231,000 rides happen on TriMet's buses and trains every single day, and there are fewer than 2 reported incidents per day. This is TriMet's own data. So, what happened on that train was horrible and tragic. And of course it scared me as someone who rides the train every single day. But it is a major outlier and really doesn't have much bearing on this conversation, because it would not have, the outcome there would not have been changed.
Yeah. Well, and if law enforcement on the trains or buses, either one, if law enforcement on transit are also acting as fare inspectors, and quite frankly, I'd rather have my law enforcement officers with boots on the ground in Milwaukie, checking out downtown businesses and checking out my neighborhood,
I do just want to make sure.
And that, because to me, there's a higher value in that than fare inspection on a transit system.
I do just want to clarify, Chief, do we currently do fare inspection, or do our officers do fare inspection on the trains or on the buses?
It's my understanding that about 6 months ago, TriMet collectively changed the policy that the sworn police will not be involved with fare inspection, and they have a civilian fare inspections force, and they kind of also changed how they go about that, where essentially they would randomly inspect maybe an entire train versus selective individuals to eliminate the concerns that we've heard expressed here today. So no, our staff or sworn staff are not doing any fare inspections.
Yeah, direct fare inspections. That's true. It's the fare inspections that then turn into interruption of transit service charges that are. So a lot of times people aren't just being stopped because of a simple fare violation. Officers are then involved, and the charges become compounded.
Sure.
Thanks, Chief.
So what are our thoughts? Do we want to do a straw poll on this item in this moment so that we can move ahead with the budget? I have a related comment that I'd like to make, that sort of in answer to, I forget his name now, the gentleman that testified during
Andy
public comment.
Baldwin.
That sort of more directly, I mean, this to some degree answers his question, but I have something that I'd like to say that more specifically directs it, but it has a nexus with budget in the coming years, but not immediately. But it does kind of answer the question that we've been being asked by a lot of people to change our budget in this moment because we are going through the budget. And so that I have thoughts that I'd like to put out there on that to the community members. But I sort of feel like this is a little bit of a separate item, and we should get some resolution here so that we can move on.
I also had heard from another counselor about an additional budget item that we should discuss before it's adopted, if that is a direction that the council wants to go.
Okay. How do you want to conduct the straw poll?
Well, it sounds like I'm the outlier here, and I'm not really against this. I just think it's premature because we haven't done our homework and we haven't given TriMet a chance to be heard. But I'm happy to sort of abstain from this, and if everybody else wants to go forward, then that's fine.
You know, with Portland pulling out, that's the command gone, that's half the officers gone. TriMet's going to have to rethink the whole program no matter what we do. I mean,
they're voting on it on Wednesday, I believe.
Yeah.
I'd like to read the letter so that folks in the audience actually know what we're talking about.
Sure.
Dear TriMet Board of Directors, this letter serves as notice that the City of Milwaukie is withdrawing from contract number GS150817LG/C 2015-077, intergovernmental agreement among the Tri-County Metropolitan Transportation District of Oregon, the City of Portland, and the City of Milwaukie for transit police services. Like millions of others across the country, our community watched in horror the video of George Floyd's murder at the hands of those who were sworn to protect him. The indifference and callousness on display in that video demand that we take a long, hard look at the systemic and institutional racism that allowed these actions and untold others to take place. We cannot continue business as usual in the face of such brutality. Our community deserves better, and as policymakers, we must be willing to accept responsibility for the parts we play in perpetuating a status quo that for too long has worked to benefit some at the expense of others. The disparities are clear in every facet of our lives: housing, transportation, healthcare, education, and among others, policing. These systems all benefit whites at the expense of our Black, Indigenous, people of color neighbors, and we must work together to create more just and equitable outcomes. Recently, the City of Milwaukee's intergovernmental agreement with TriMet for transit police services came before the City Council for renewal. For too long, we have allowed this contract to continue without fully engaging our community and asking whether it truly is in our community's best interests. Despite fears that the addition of light rail service to Milwaukie would result in an increase in criminal activity, no such increase has materialized. According to TriMet's own data, most crimes reported on Bus, Max, and West are minor incidents and property crimes such as vandalism. There are fewer than 2 reported incidents a day, which is about 1 in every 231,000 rides. Furthermore, a recent report by the Portland City Auditor raises serious questions about accountability and management of the transit police system. We were wrong in turning a blind eye to calls for reform in the past, and we ask you to join us in finding a better path forward. TriMet's proposed budget includes over $16 million for year 2021 dedicated to this transit police division. Such heavy policing seems unwarranted given the figures above, and we urge you to listen to the community, in particular Black, Indigenous people of color-led organizations such as OPAL, Environmental Justice Oregon, Unite Oregon, and Portland African American Leadership Forum in their demands to ensure all riders receive safe and fair treatment. It is time to answer that call, including considering whether the money would be better spent expanding low-cost or fare free transit programs, which would not only reduce costs and unnecessary conflict associated with fare enforcement, but likely also would lead to increased ridership, lower traffic congestion, and lower carbon emissions. We look forward to working with you on a renewed commitment to find a more just and equitable path in service of our community.
So I would move that we do send that letter to TriMet and that we remove our or end our contract with.
I linked it. It's in the.
It's not giving me that data.
Okay.
It's giving me like a generic security.
Technical difficulties.
TriMet thing, but it's not giving statistics. Maybe there's a
call out at the very top of the page.
Pardon? Oh, you're right. Sorry. You're right. My apologies. Right at the top.
Mr. Mayor, you'd made a motion. Can you repeat it real quick?
Yes, I move that we send that letter to TriMet and that we end our contract at this time with supporting with including our police officers in their force.
Somebody talking?
No, it's okay. There's a motion on the table.
Okay.
I was trying to think through it to make sure it made sense to me.
I didn't write it down. I just
Well, it's simple. It's just send a letter and not sign the renewal, right?
And I think the assumption for me, sorry for speaking, is that that also means change the budget.
Yes,
it would.
Okay, thank you.
This is a hard one, you know, it is, because I don't like making reactive policy. And I really do believe that this is a program that has problems. And as Councilor Parks already stated, I don't know how much more we would really learn that would tell us a whole lot that would change where we land on this in the long run. It also is difficult because I know anytime we make a decision like this that sacrifices flexibility in the budget, we don't know what that does to our future. And we may be giving up something that turns out to have been more valuable in some regard. You know, this is something that communities of color region-wide have identified as a problem. So I don't have reason to believe that it would be different, that people in Milwaukie who are of color, who use the transit system, have different experiences than people of color who live in, Gresham, who use the transit system. But I do believe that there are cases where I really want to hear from our communities of color what their priorities are, what our Milwaukie communities of color, what their priorities are. So I just have to acknowledge that that there's tension there for me, that we're doing this somewhat independently. And I believe that we will set up ways to really include and prioritize the priorities that our communities of color in Milwaukie have for us, but we don't have those yet. And we've got to adopt a budget tonight. All of which is a long way of saying that I will second.
It's been moved and seconded to sign a letter to the TriMet Board of Directors, notifying them of our withdrawal from the IGA to incorporate those changes into the budget.
Are you calling for discussion?
Is there any further discussion? I was trying to restate the motion in a way that encapsulated everything.
Yeah. I intend to vote for it because I see some of the value in it, but I'm really still feel conflicted and compromised with making a policy decision on the fly and based on emotion. And I mean, I realize it's not all emotion. I don't mean to say that. But based on, rather than thoughtful data, moving forward with this. So I guess I don't know if the discussion had ever come up again or if TriMet is going to, maybe what we should encourage TriMet to do is establish its own system for hiring its own people that would report to them and not be from other law enforcement agencies. I mean, if there's a way, I know that one of the TriMet board members, quite well. And if there's a way to get that message to them, I would certainly like to see that occur. So,
I mean, they're going to have to rethink something, obviously.
Absolutely, yeah. And
hopefully it takes maybe more of the shape of something that they had in place that didn't involve police officers and sounded like it had more success.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes new systems don't work. You got to go back to what did. Yeah. And as long as we're not going to have to lay off people. Yeah.
Right. It has been moved and seconded to sign the letter ending the IGA and incorporating that into the budget. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed?
I'm not going to oppose, but I'm going to abstain.
Okay.
We still had one more discussion on budget. I think outside of this, which was the question about that Councilor Beatty brought up.
Well, I think Mark had things he wanted to address relating to police. So do you want to, because mine does not have to do with the police.
Yeah, it's more broad than police, but sure, this is as good a time as any. We've been contacted by a number of people asking us to, as they're calling it, defund the police, which is a concept of reducing police expenditures and spending that money instead in places that have more social benefit as they see it. And then we've received a number of letters from folks saying kind of the opposite. But we find ourselves is that we all witnessed the horrific murder of George Floyd, and that has catalyzed a long overdue nationwide movement to finally end the institutionalized racism that has plagued America for 400 years or more. I think that the energy created by this movement gives us an opportunity to focus, to learn, and to take big steps towards that end. I've spent the last few weeks hearing from community members who are crying out for substantive change. I've been in touch with our Black, Indigenous, and people of color community, BIPOC community members. I've been had conversations with counselors, with Ann, with the chief, with Rich Swift, and others. And it's clear that there are things that we, as a city, know that we don't know. Right? We don't know what the lived experiences of the BIPOC community are. So we're being asked for those big changes immediately because we're in this budget moment. I am not personally ready to make a change like that in a knee-jerk reaction. I think we need to give our BIPOC community an opportunity to dig into our operations and our policies, to ask questions, to have open, vulnerable conversations with leaders and decision makers, so that as we move forward, we are doing it from an informed place so that our outcomes are as powerful as they can possibly be. So today, based on the recommendations of our community, I'm formally proposing that we quickly form a task force of our Black, Indigenous, people of color community, and take the time and the resources that we need, but move as quickly as we can so that the recommendation that comes out of it, or the recommendations that come out of it, can be integrated into our council goals in January, into our negotiations with the police union, which start in about 6 months, about the same time, and into our supplementary budget next year. I would like to advertise it in the pilot, get an article in the paper, put it on Facebook, use our community connections to get as many folks applying as possible. I'm open to the size of the committee, other details. Various people have offered some good ideas of how we could structure the task force that can be explored in the first meeting. I really do want this to be led by the community, and I would like to facilitate this happening for them. I think we have an opportunity. We've been called to do the work. I think we should strike while the iron is hot. I think there's an opportunity for us to eliminate institutional racism that's baked into our city in ways that we don't even know, in ways that we're not even aware. We can't fix the rest of the country, but we can, once again, be an example of a small city that truly makes a difference. So that's my proposal, which will, in a year, probably have budget ramifications and other policy ramifications. But I think this is the opportunity that you've both been asking for, which is to really explore the issues carefully and hearing from the very people who are affected the most.
So if I may, may I ask a couple questions? So in that, I thought I heard you say you would facilitate it.
I only mean that from the standpoint of I chair the first meeting just so that there's some organizational structure going in. I would ask that committee to then choose a chair from within their ranks and to put forward the organization and the system that they would like to see used. I would be the contact or go-between to be able to, bring the chief in for a conversation, bring Ann in, bring Rich Swift in, bring the DA in, whoever are the right people to have those conversations so that we're really truly exploring the entire system to the degree that is necessary.
So you called it a task force. So a task force to, what are they solving for? What's the outcome?
Institutionalized racism. It's tough for three of you because you haven't spent the last 2 days in this training. Kathy and I were lucky enough to be able to be the first two to get this training, along with all of the directors, all of the people who hire other people at the city. I think, wasn't everybody there, Ann, that hires other people? And it was extraordinary. It really was truly extraordinary. Because we are a council of 5 white people with a white city manager and a white police chief and a white assistant city manager, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, we don't know where our issues are. We've learned, right? We know that our zoning was racist. We know that, and we're working on that. We learned that, and we have later tonight, hopefully, we will start to dig into that to some degree. But we don't know the rest of it, right? We don't know all the other places where there are issues for our community, our BIPOC community. And I believe that this is one of those moments when there's a wave of energy, there's a wave of public interest that really both allows for and calls for significant change. And I, for one, want to take that opportunity. And I think the very first step in that is to truly hear from our community of color and help them know as much about the system as they can know, so that they are giving us informed thoughts, so that as they are suggesting things or recommending things, they know how the system works as much as anybody can.
So Mark, I think Wilda had other questions.
I do, yeah. So I mean, one of the things that I would hope we would do is, let's also look at, I mean, if this moves forward, let's look at the leadership program that we just developed and who was in it this year. And if there are any persons of color in there, we should start by asking them to, help on this task force, because they would have had all these classes about what the city does and how it does and whatever. I mean, while there were good intentions from a lot of people in the past couple of weeks, a lot of the information that they thought that we could act on was not something they don't know. They don't know that we don't do mental health and we don't do public health and we don't do education and all of that kind of thing, So keep in mind the leadership class, and I can't think offhand who was in there, but there certainly could.
Well, certainly Ernesto Dominguez, was in our last meeting.
Yeah,
I've already been in touch with him.
And are you saying that, because in other conversation too, are you saying that this would lead to a DEI committee, or that it would be that? Because I think a DEI should be much more than that. It should include age, it should include gender, it should include a variety of other things. And so are there two different things that we're talking about here?
I think that's certainly one of the outcomes of this, that they could recommend that we have a DEI committee and could recommend the structure of that DEI committee. And then we could, if they didn't recommend, for example, that, elders be represented in that, we could recommend that. Or if they didn't recommend that LGBTQIA people were, I think there's, again, this is a task force to help us know what we don't know, to help us learn what their lived experiences are and how those lived experiences would inform various policies.
So I'm starting to have a hard time with this conversation. I got to be honest. I think it is crucial for us to create a place where we can center the voices of people of color who live in Milwaukee. In the conversations I've had in the past couple of weeks with just a handful of folks, because I'll be honest, I don't know a lot of people of color who live in Milwaukee. The ones I do know, I've reached out to. Mark kindly set me up with another couple of folks. I really appreciated that. In that, I've heard so many things. And one of the things I've heard is that communities of color are just starting to form in Milwaukee, that people of color generally feel isolated. They don't know each other. I have heard over and over, both in my reading and from individuals, that my role as someone who is in a position of power is to take a step back. I have to take a step back. And what I have to use my power for is to create a space. And I have access to the basic resources to say, look, here's a meeting room. We got you some cheese sticks. We can ask the city manager's office, which has been leading in all of these conversations for months now. And people in the city manager's office, very much including our city manager, Ann, have been pushing for us as council to work toward doing this work right. So we can put those resources, those people who on staff have a lot of experience in this field. We can put those toward helping support the formation of community for our BIPOC folks who live in Milwaukee.
As a shining example, look what happened when we got out of the way last week.
Absolutely. So if we prioritize that, that's all I'm comfortable doing. I'm not comfortable setting an agenda. I'm not comfortable saying that I expect outcomes for the for policy discussions. I've heard over and over, it is my job as a white person to fix racism, that I am part of perpetuating the system that is oppressing people. I cannot ask people of color who live in Milwaukee to serve on a committee in a way that leaves them, says, here, we're going to give you a bunch of information. What do? I do want to hear their experiences. That's crucial. I want to do that in a way that does not re-traumatize them. And I want to do it in a way that is respectful. I think we ought to offer stipends. And I think we have to take that step back and we have to say, look, we know we have problems here. What is your experience and what is most important to you for us to fix? I don't think we need to make them experts.
But that in itself is exactly what I was asking. Say, we're not just going to reach out to people and say, hey, we want you to come together and sit on this committee because you are a person of color. We want to tell them why we want to do that, why we're concerned, and let them do it. I'm not comfortable with the mayor facilitating. I think it should be somebody who isn't in our group, so to speak, or something.
So I do just want to jump in on one piece.
I don't have the answers, but
right.
So here's the secret: none of us do. What I do have that you all just agreed to is $30,000. So I would like to get some help to do this right, because what I don't want to do is traumatize our communities of color right now. That's really important to me. And I'm going to own that I don't know how to do that. I want to be anti-racist. I want to be what our community needs. I need to figure that out, and I need some help from people who know what they're doing to be kind and gentle and open and hear people. So I think that I really appreciate, I actually want to thank the mayor too, because he and I have been talking about this, and I think all of us have our heart in the right place. We all want to make this better. And I'm in. And I hear Mark saying he's in. And I hear all of you saying you're in. And I really appreciate that. So I think what I'd love to do is I want people on air to hear we're in. And I think they hear that in this moment. I hope they hear that in this moment. I've talked to several of you individually, not as a unified group, but I think this is going to take money. And I said it on air a few weeks ago, it takes real money. And I think we can do that. But we need to figure out where we're putting our money. And I think what the mayor is telling me right now is we need to talk to our communities of color to figure that out. And I don't want to just create a committee that others people that puts them into a corner or into a box. What I do want to do is I want to open up a dialogue that's really robust and important. So here's what I'd like to commit to if you all are open to it. I'd like to spend the next month of my life with all of you individually and at council meetings in July, talking about what we're trying to do. And I'd like to figure out what it looks like for us to get the support we need in order to accomplish that goal. And I think we probably need help doing that. I don't know how to get that help yet. So I need to do some digging. Is that fair?
Sounds fair to me.
I think that sounds great. And I think in addition to the point about not re-traumatizing people or further traumatizing people, there's also just the basic point of not wasting people's time, of not doing something that's going to have meaning. And so we have to have some parameters to know what that is.
An old friend of mine, for those of you who know me on Facebook, an old friend of mine, I was flipping through a news source, I won't name which one, it was Huffington Post. And as I was scrolling through one morning, I saw him. That's what made me stop. I saw Adrian. He and I played softball together in DC. He got me a tour of the White House when I was 21 years old with my mom. That was one of the coolest days of my life. And there he was. You know what he told me in the article? White people have to figure our crap out. We need to figure this out. He wants us to figure it out. So I wrote him and I thanked him. And I reminded him that he's always played an important role in my life, and I'm going to step up to that responsibility. So I don't know how to do this. Sometimes acknowledging you have a problem is the first step, right? I'm acknowledging we have a problem. We're going to take the first step, and I'm going to involve all of you in all those decisions, in all those steps. But I've got to figure some things out. And I just spent 2 days doing DEI training. It was impactful. It was so helpful. I spent the weekend reading White Fragility. It was impactful and helpful. I just bought my friend Adrian's book, which is why I was in Huffington Post. I'm going to spend some more time reading his words and the role that food play, actually, in our communities of color, so that we support our communities with food. As Carmen, Principal Gelman said, food is a way to bring us together. I want to understand that, and Adrian's going to help me figure that out in his book. So all of these things are steps, and I think you all know a lot, and you're going to give me more information as we talk. So if that works, I don't have an answer. It's not an answer, it's a question tonight, but I think it's a step, and I need to know if that step is enough for you tonight.
It is for me, but I don't think it's anything that we need to have a motion on, is it, or is it?
Nope. You're already giving me the money, unless you're taking the money back before you make this budget vote. The money is good. I'm going to need it.
Yeah.
But that's why I put it in there, is to figure this out. I will also say, though, that the staff that participated in today's and yesterday's training, I have gotten more kind words from them than I have after anything else I've led. Words of encouragement and thanks and appreciation for giving them tools to figure out how to do this. I only train the managers. I have a lot more people to train. And a lot of you have expressed interest in that same training. So I can't put everything towards this. I need to actually invest in training for all of us so that we can speak better about the harm we have caused and our path forward. But I can spend some. So thank you for the money if you give it to me. And I promise to commit to you that I will work with you to spend it wisely.
Well, I just want to know, does that fulfill Mark's need? Mark, does that sound like it fits what you need to have happen? I mean, because it's a good idea. So does that all come together? Is it full circle?
Yeah, I mean, that's basically what I was asking for. I think, like I said, I don't have any preconceived notions of what the structure of the committee would look like or anything else. I just wanted to be able to set the table so that the opportunity was there, and I think this does that. So, yeah.
Okay.
I stand by my statements at a prior council meeting where Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee is not acceptable. But we're a long ways off from that stage. Thank you, Anne, really. I know that this represents a lot of work for you, and I know it's work that is in your heart. It's work you want to be doing, but still, thank you.
Thanks for being leaders who let me do it.
Thanks for being competent so we can.
Actually, I just heard for 2 days that I'm brave, so I'm not sure that's competent. It's just brave.
Yeah, that too.
There you go. Okay, then I think that that's probably it for this discussion, unless anybody else has something else around what's been happening. I actually do have one thing I want to say, and we sort of alluded to it, but on Tuesday night last week, we had an incredible night. And I really appreciate Desi, who has been so generous to me and has reached out to me, and Principal Gilman, who has been so generous and so giving to our community of color who showed up, and to those white allies who showed up. I heard you, and I really appreciated you giving me the chance to listen. So thank you for letting me listen.
Yeah, those kids who spoke were really powerful, really impressive, powerful speakers. It was great.
And all of the, we've had so many pieces. I certainly haven't been around as long as Angel has, but I've never seen this volume of commentary, and I love seeing that our community is expressing their care and their care for their neighbors who may or may not look like them. And I really believe we can figure out how to do this work together, and it's just going to take a little time. But last Tuesday we saw what we can be capable of together, and those outpourings of love just need to continue.
Do we have any?
Well, I guess we have one. It seems very anticlimactic after that, but I guess what Ann wanted me to talk about was Kellogg Dam. And I had said I was going to bring it up during the Milwaukie Redevelopment Commission, but I guess she wants to have that conversation now. So for 20 years or thereabouts, the city's been trying to get rid of Kellogg Dam. And in 2009, there was in the last recession, there was a stimulus package, and we tried to put in, I wasn't on the city council then, but the city council at the time tried to put in to get stimulus funding for the removal of the dam. it didn't happen, and I think it didn't happen for a couple of reasons, but part of it was that the project wasn't deemed shovel ready, which is what they want for these stimulus packages. Something where the idea is you've got to be ready to go because you're supposed to be creating jobs through the construction that you're doing, the project you're doing. So we're entering an era where we might have another stimulus package. We might have, there's also some other funding on the horizon, some other potential funding pots on the horizon. And all of that was detailed in a memo that Neil Schulman from the North Clackamas Watersheds Council sent to us. There's one big study remaining to be done, which is how you get, what the channel design has to be to get from the current dam site down to the river at the correct slope and velocity. And I'm not the science person to talk about the science. But there was recently an interagency meeting, which Kelly attended, and she could tell us more about, where the fish biologists, the ODOT even has fish biologists, ODF&W, different agencies, sort of coalesced around this study that needs to be done. And the dollar figure for the study is somewhere in the $75,000 to $100,000 range. Neil suggested that a contribution from the city of $25,000, basically a quarter of that, would help catalyze the investment by other agencies, and that he seemed fairly confident that he could raise the other money from the other agencies. I know $25,000 is not something we have lying around in the drawer, and that's why I kind of had focused on the Redevelopment Commission budget, because the dam removal is a project that was called out in the urban renewal study. But I think we really need to find $25,000 to move this project on to its next stage. Lots of people have been following this for many years. It's been this council, since I've been on council, we haven't actually had any big public meetings about it, but there was a lot of public meeting in the 2010 to 2014 period, and it was a fairly high council goal when we did, it was on the council goals many times, and it was when we solicited citizen input for council goals in 2015, it was a highly ranked item. So it's kind of, hasn't been in the front of our minds so much because we haven't had a lot of public discussion, and I'm hoping that we will have a work session soon on it. But we were supposed to have one in March, which was a fatality of COVID. But anyway, I would like us to try to find $25,000.
So I think Layla just jumped in. She can weigh in on the URA part. Part of that earlier conversation about me balancing us, I don't have it in general fund right now. Literally don't have it in general fund right now. And Bonnie can correct me, but the numbers that I was looking at earlier, I thought we tried to keep about $100,000 buffer up to that line, and I think we're down to under 30. So it would literally take every single penny that we have that is barely over that buffer, and that means any calculations that were wrong in our budget would be bad. So I just don't have it right now in general fund, and I'll defer to Layla on the URA.
Thanks, Sam. And thanks, Lisa, too. I think it's an important project, but the point I would make with respect to the URA budget is that Council did approve staff to advance a 5-year action plan for which we intend to start developing the Urban Renewal Advisory Committee starting in this fall. And so my concern about allocating those funds ahead of that process is it does in some ways circumvent the committee process, as well as doesn't allow us to think more holistically and strategically about all the other projects that are in the plan. I think what I would recommend is that this project becomes one of those that that is discussed as we develop the 5-year action plan. So it's aligned with other resources and other projects within the urban renewal plan. So I think that was my main concern that I raised. I think also it does set a precedent in some respects to allocating funds outside of that process, which does give me cause for concern, but as it's a prerogative of council and the commission to determine that. So I just wanted to raise those concerns and respectfully do so.
So that would mean like a year from now, at the earliest, really, that you would have those recommendations ironed out.
Yeah, our goal was to have that strategic action plan completed and beginning implementation by the end of the biennium.
By the end of the biennium, so even potentially more than a year from now.
We need to go through the process of appointing the committees. That's the first step in the bylaws. And then that committee would really be our sounding board and starting point for how we establish the plan. And we would do that in fairly short order. But we would start that work in the fall. My guess is it's going to take a couple months for us to do the selection process and working with council on that to get that committee in place. And then that would be the first order of business for that committee. And depending how extensive the outreach process is, we already have a plan. So we have something that's been fully vetted. I think we could advance that pretty quickly. But I think y'all know my philosophy is to under-promise and over-provide. So my hope would be we could complete that by the end of the biennium, but likely it would be sooner.
I mean, I think we will have missed stimulus opportunity by then. Is this absolutely necessary to be competitive for stimulus? I don't know the answer to that question, but I do worry about the longstanding, commitment this city has made to this project and the relatively small dollar amount, and B, the not moving the ball forward to be most ready for whatever funding potentials may arise.
I appreciate hearing your perspective on this, Layla, because I'm still learning my way around the Redevelopment Commission process. And it's valuable to me to be reminded that we did just agree to this process. And I've had an opportunity to be immersed the past couple of days, as you have, in thinking about equity and inclusion. And I think that process is a real opportunity for equity and inclusion. And I hear you when you say that if we circumvent it, that feels to me like we're sending the wrong message to our residents. Saying, well, we do want your opinion, except when our opinion is more important. That just doesn't feel right to me right now, based on the things I've been learning in the past couple of days.
Layla, what's the eventual presumed budget of the urban renewal program?
I don't have it right in front of me, but I believe it's $2.5 million, right, Bonnie? When we issued debt in 21, if I recall. So the other thing about the plan was we wanted it in place once we issued the debt.
Yeah. So the total budget is $1,470,000. Was the approved budget from the commission? So that.
Oh, I thought it was. Oh, okay.
29 million is what I was remembering.
No, 92 million is the maximum.
Oh, I'm sorry. You asked
That's what you're asking.
Indebtedness.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry,
92
million is the maximum indebtedness.
So we're talking about $25,000 out of a $92 million eventual fund. That is not us not listening to the community in any substantive way. It doing what we have done well up till now, which is to, when we have an opportunity, to take advantage of the opportunity that's presented to us and not miss it due to process. I was disappointed when we didn't form this committee, whatever it was, a year and a half, 2 years ago. And we were waiting because we didn't have any funds in the committee, and I let it go. Now I'm regretting that. I think this is an opportunity to move something that has been a long-standing effort of this city, longer than I've been on council, and that's whatever that's been, 8.5, 9 years, whatever that's been. People were trying to make this happen for a very long time, and if there is a chance that we could get significant stimulus funds to do this project for the minor investment of $25,000 out of a $92 million program, it seems worth doing, in my opinion.
So, Mayor and Councilor Beatty, I do just want to jump in for 1 minute. And this actually came up on an email chain with Kelly Brooks and me and Layla and Councilor Beatty earlier today. We are not in the habit of being first in on cash because we transfer money and then things don't happen. And our funds are taxpayer dollars, so we need to make sure that they actually are going to be spent in the place that we said that they would be spent. I guess my request is, it's $25,000. We're going to know more by the time that Neil has done some work and tried to capture other dollars. And right now, honestly, weeks help me. Weeks help me. Because I know more about where we are with the economy. I know where we are with budget expenditures. I know where we are with shifting FTE counts. I know how all the system works as we get further into this. And by the way, I know this is totally non sequitur, but I'm still really proud of Bonnie for creating a budget in the middle of this disaster. So I just had to say that. So I just want to call out that I think that instead of doing a policy and actual shift of money tonight, what we could do is we could just say, listen, come back when you got the other money. We'll give you money. We'll match. Not say where it's coming from, not allocated in the budget. You all could do just a policy decision that you will fund it. We haven't done those since I've been here because I always make you tell me where you're going to come up with the money from. But tonight I could be really not that, and I could just say let's figure that out once Neil actually has other dollars, and we'll go from there. Because Bonnie and I just today is it literally is a day where it would put me on the wrong side of my general fund, but I don't know if that's tomorrow. And I just don't know how long it's going to take Neil to get the money.
Well, I think if we're committing, I mean, I was not proposing to give money, but really to pledge money. So if we're pledging the money, because he wants it to prompt his discussion with the other agencies. So if we're pledging the money, and we'll figure it out, then I think that's fine.
I'd like to pledge it for a year. There's some benefit to having some impetus here. This isn't an ongoing standing offer.
I think that's
fine. And we say within 12 months, so by June of next year, if he has found the other dollars, then we'll figure this out. I don't like budgeting this way, but I think Layla's right. I think if we start dipping into the URA, it's going to get messy. And today we want to do it because it's for our thing. The next council could feel like it's for their thing, and suddenly there's no money left for us to spend on all the things. And so I want to be respectful to her of her process, and I want to be respectful to why you agreed to that process. I can't tell you where it comes from today because I don't have it, but I can figure that out.
This is not just some one-off thing. This is a listed item on the URA.
Yep. There are a lot of things on that list, and we will not be able to fund them all.
Correct. We will not be funding a parking garage.
Well, it's not just the parking garage. There's a lot of things in there about who we want to be, and the designs of our downtown and of our business core are changing. I think our community wants it to change. I think we want it to change. Even before COVID, I was hearing struggles with how empty it looked. We've got some real things we've got to do to try and get those storefronts filled. And so I respect it. May be you are you're not getting off entirely out of this. We'll figure it out though.
Yeah, and I want to be real clear. I think it's absolutely an important project that we would discuss in the first phase of this process. So I like where you're headed. I want to keep you all true to the process, but it doesn't mean it's going to slow. I think it will take into consideration what happens next. And so there may be something else that needs to happen in the short term that isn't the massive capital project, because Mayor, with all respect, $92 million is going to take 30 years to get there. So
I just was trying to give a sense of what we were talking about. $25,000 out of $92 million.
Yeah, no, I hear you, but I think we definitely have the ability to advance that as part of that process. And so that will certainly be, I think, one of the discussion items that's going to be an important one. So
one of the things that Layla would love for me to say more often is I know you're really busy. And I know that you got a lot on your plate. I know that half of your team is in the middle of a crisis and that the other half is just trying to get everything else done. I personally would love to see this go faster. Layla knows that, but I can't right now. I just can't. We have too much going on, Mayor. So I want to be respectful that I can't make that process go faster. It is the same team that's doing all the other things that we've talked about tonight and just trying to get them all done. So I hear you. I think we can make a motion, and I think the mayor can make the motion, or Lisa can make the motion, that we will pledge $25,000. That is good. The pledge is good for 1 year. Because I also don't, I get in a lot of trouble with our auditors when I keep having money that rolls. So I'd rather not have money that rolls anymore. And we'll figure it out if he gets the money.
Okay. Do I want to make a motion? I move that we commit to a $25,000 investment in the needed study for the Kellogg Lake project if the other money is gathered within the course of the next year by June 1.
June of 2021.
By June of 2021.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded to pledge $25,000 to this study, good for 1 year, as long as the rest of the funds are accumulated by June 1st, 2021. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? None heard. All right.
I think the only other thing that I want to put out there is that Layla and Kelly came up with 90% of this. I just jumped in the moment and spoke up.
All right. Do we have any other discussion on budget?
Those are the only ones I've been notified of.
Okay.
So Bonnie has substitute pages for us or something?
I think that we can do it as amended. She and Scott have been talking through this. So Scott or Bonnie, would you speak up?
Yeah, you can make a motion as it is in the script, but say amended. And then for the record, Scott, can I say for the record what the changes are now?
Yes, please do.
Okay, so in the resolution that you have before you, the following changes will be in the amended version. So the total sum of the City of Milwaukie budget will be $174,680,000. That will amend the Police Department budget total appropriations to $14,969,000. The total appropriated for the general fund will be $45,329,000. And the total of all funds appropriated expenditures would be $124,694,000. Total appropriations of $134,617,000. Sorry, $134,617,000. Total unappropriated at $40,063,000. And total budget of $174,680,000.
So those are the revisions out. Council will need to close the hearing still and then move to make that motion as amended.
Okay.
And I think that the council can make the motion just as amended by staff.
As amended and read into the record by staff?
Yep.
We don't have to remember all those numbers.
And then read it twice. Oh wait, it's not an ordinance.
And then Ann has to read it twice. That's right.
All right. Well, then is there a motion to close the public hearing?
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to close the public hearing on the proposed biennial city budget. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None heard. All right. So now do we have a motion for the proposed budget?
Sure. I move to propose the resolution adopting the city budget. Wait. I move to approve the resolution as amended by staff, adopting the city budget and capital improvement plan for the biennium commencing July 1, 2020, making appropriations, levying ad valorem taxes, and classifying levies pursuant to Section 11, Article 11 of the Oregon Constitution.
It's been, is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the resolution as amended and read into the record by staff, adopting the city budget and capital improvement plan for the biennium commencing July 1st, 2020, making appropriations, levying ad valorem taxes, and classifying levies pursuant to Section 11, Article 11 of the Oregon Constitution. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None heard. It passes unanimously. It is break time. We're well over time. So why don't we take a break for another, is 5 minutes enough for everyone?
So, Councilor Beatty, I'm sorry, Council President Faulkner, one quick question. It's 9:40. The next conversation is comp plan. It's a big conversation. I appreciate that staff has been here tonight. I just want to make sure that we know how much time, what we want to accomplish tonight in this, because I've heard historically some of you are getting irritated when I keep you at meetings.
We have a few smaller items first. We've got revenue sharing, and then we've got the
redevelopment.
Redevelopment. And then we have comp plan.
And I guess my question is, do you want to do comp plan tonight?
Or should we let the staff go home?
Oh, let's.
Well, and how well are our minds going to work?
Listen, we're here for you. We'll stay. And I see the staff is on here. So that it's not, this is going to be a big conversation. Comp plan is always a really big conversation. I respect that. It is almost 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah, we are an hour and 20 minutes over time. So I think that that's a good idea. We've already given June 30th. We've devoted June 30th to the comp plan. Mm-hmm. I was going to suggest at the end of our comp plan discussion that we move entirely to Zoom for the next meeting. We've provided lots of opportunities for public input, even more than originally scheduled. So I think at this point we should, for the sake of being as efficient as possible and try to get through that conversation really easily, because this is not easy.
No, it's not.
Okay. All right. Well, good. So let's take 5 minutes and then we will come back for state revenue sharing and finish out those items.
And then we will actually need to formally close the public hearing for comp plan and move it to the 30th. So we'll take that action, but otherwise everybody will get to go to bed.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we are back on air. Next up, we have the 2021-2022 state revenue sharing election, a resolution. We'll call the public hearing on the proposal to accept state revenue is called to order. The purpose of this hearing is to take public comment on the city's election to take state revenue. Does any council member wish to announce an actual or potential conflict of interest?
Nope.
No? All right. Staff report from Finance Director Bonnie Dennis.
So there's two resolutions that are before you tonight regarding the funds from the state. The first resolution is on state shared revenues. These are state funds for liquor, tobacco, and state gas tax that are available for distributions to cities and counties that are certified that they provide at least 4 of the mandatory municipal services during the budget period. We, the city of Milwaukie, actually provides 7 of those criterias. And then there's the second resolution is on the state revenue sharing funds. These are general monies of the state that are available for distribution to cities and counties that hold a public hearing that was both held at the budget committee level, which we did on May 23rd, and today at the city council meeting. With that, we estimate that the city is eligible to receive $1.9 million in both fiscal year 21 and fiscal year 2022, and those will be used to support general operations. Is there any questions?
I noticed you called out liquor tax and liquor and cigarettes.
You're muted.
Oh.
I noticed you called out liquor and cigarettes. Is this also where marijuana tax revenue comes in?
Yeah, this is all the state shared combined.
Okay.
Yay, state revenue.
Hey, Bonnie, just as a procedure, you called out the resolutions there too. In the script, I put them in the opposite order. Do you need them to be adopted in a particular order?
If we could, because the first one is adopting that we actually have the resolution that we can accept the funds because we meet the mandatory requirements.
So I apologize to council in the script. I accidentally flipped those two, but
okay.
Just need to reverse the order of which one to adopt.
With all the other taxes, gas taxes and everything going down, marijuana taxes are probably going up. That's what we've heard, is that stay at home has led to increased marijuana consumption. So
I understand alcohol tax is going up.
Oh, that's probably true too. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure that's a good thing, just so we're all really clear on all that.
Neither one of those is a good thing.
No.
Right. And lottery funds are non-existent.
So this is an estimate of the 1.9 million. So as we know more from the state, this would actually could increase, could decrease, but this is an estimate based off of the League of Oregon Cities publication that we got.
Have you received any additional correspondence on the topic?
I have not.
Or have I?
Nope. All right. I don't see anyone. Do we have anybody in the queue or on email wishing to comment?
No email. Nope.
Okay. Do we have any other questions for staff?
Nope.
All right. Then if there are no more questions, I will entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to close the public hearing on the proposal to accept state revenue. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
None heard. Passes unanimously. The public testimony portion of the public hearing on the proposal to accept state revenue is closed. Is there council discussion? Okay, so moving the order, is there a motion?
I move to approve the resolution declaring the city's election to receive state revenue sharing funds, general fund of the state, in the 2021-2022 biennium.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the resolution declaring the city's election to receive state revenue sharing funds, general fund of the state, in the 2021-2022 biennium. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None heard. Passes unanimously. Is there a motion?
I move to approve the resolution certifying that the city is eligible in the 2021-2022 biennium to receive state shared revenues because it provides 4 or more municipal services.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the resolution certifying that the city is eligible in the 2021-2022 biennium to receive state shared revenues because it provides 4 or more municipal services. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Passes unanimously. Okay. So right now, the council will recess the regular session in order to meet as the Redevelopment Commission to consider the next item. I hereby call this meeting of the Milwaukie Redevelopment Commission to order. The 2021-2022 Biennial Redevelopment Commission Budget Adoption Resolution. The public hearing on the Redevelopment Commission budget is called to order. Lots of gaveling tonight. The purpose of this hearing is to take public comment on the proposed MRC budget. Does any commissioner wish to announce any conflicts of interest?
No.
None. Okay, we'll have a staff report by Finance Director Bonnie Dennis.
Oh, I think that's probably Layla.
Is it Layla? It's Bonnie.
Oh, is it Bonnie? Oh, okay.
Similar to the city's budget process, the Milwaukie Redevelopment Commission presented the proposed budget to the commission on May 23rd. At the public hearing with the commission approved the budget. The approved budget consists of a total budget of $2,953,000. And this biennium budget includes debt proceeds of $2 million in fiscal year 2022, with capital outlay expenses appropriated at $1 million. Additionally, appropriations are included to cover the debt service and contractual services. Overall, the budget meets policy reserves and is balanced.
I have no questions.
Have we received any correspondence?
I have not.
I'm not.
Okay. And we don't have anybody in the queue or email.
You called in.
I was just going to point that out. I don't see anybody with a blue hand raised. I don't know that somebody who calls in has that ability, but I don't see any email either.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. If someone does, I guess at this point, did someone just call in just now for this?
There's a new number that just appeared a few minutes ago.
Well, just sort of delaying for a moment to give them a chance to email in case there's a comment.
Is that Los Angeles? 310?
Okay, don't worry about it. All right.
I think it might be Colin.
Very good.
Okay.
All right.
No one
there
wants to speak.
Oh my God, being on once wasn't enough.
Okay. Then we won't go through all of that. All right. Does the commission have any questions for staff?
I move to close the public hearing on the proposed redevelopment commission budget.
It's been moved and seconded.
Talking, I can't hear them.
Councilor Beatty.
Sorry. I move to close the public hearing on the proposed redevelopment commission budget.
I seconded. It's been moved and seconded to close the public hearing on the proposed redevelopment commission budget. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None heard. Passes unanimously. The public testimony portion of the public hearing on the proposed MRC budget is closed. Is there discussion?
No.
Okay, are we ready to vote?
Yeah. I'll go ahead and make the motion if I may.
Okay.
I move to approve the resolution adopting a budget for the biennium commencing July 1st, 2020, making appropriations and declaration of tax increment.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the resolution adopting the budget for the biennium commencing July 1st, 2020, making appropriations and declaration of tax increment. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? None heard. Passes unanimously. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Sorry.
I move to adjourn the Redevelopment Commission meeting.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to adjourn the Redevelopment Commission meeting. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None heard. It passes unanimously. The MRC meeting is adjourned. The council will reconvene the regular session and we will proceed. Actually, we will have a conversation about how we're going to proceed on the comprehensive plan.
I think you have to gavel it in, and then we move to continue it to
A date certain of June 30th.
Yeah.
And council had previously talked about closing the testimony part of it tonight too.
Yeah, okay. The regular session of the city council is open.
Sure.
Sure. Sorry, that part wasn't on my script. Okay, so we were talking about closing the public hearing on the comprehensive plan.
I think you have to formally call it to order.
Okay.
You have to open it first.
Yeah.
Public hearing.
Does she have to do like conflicts of interest and everything, or just call it to order?
I think you could probably just call it to order.
Okay.
All right, I call to order the hearing on the comprehensive plan update continued from June 9th. Okay, so do we need, the purpose of this hearing is to continue to take public comment and council deliberations on the updated comprehensive plan. But since we're not doing that portion, I think we can move to the discussion about the next meeting.
So we're moving to continue the next meeting on June 30th. Are we moving to
Close public testimony?
close public testimony, but still accept written? What are we doing? I mean, should we can, I think Denny has told us before, we can set a deadline for written. We can say submit written up to 2 days before or something, so that we're not getting.
Honestly, I would, if we're going to do that, I would rather have the deadline be Friday so that
It's
we
in the
have
packet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if you want it in the packet, you probably actually say Thursday.
Okay.
Yeah,
Good point.
Okay.
very good point. And they have to add it to the matrix, which is.
Can we do all that in one motion, or do those need to be separate motions, continuing and public testimony?
I think you could close the testimony and say, take with written comment, accept it up until 5 p.m. on Thursday, and you want the day before your next meeting, so that, well, back at it.
I would say if you want staff to respond to any of the comments, you may want to offer up a few days for them to do that. So maybe
23rd?
Yeah, maybe a week in advance. That way your packets include hopefully the response.
That gives people one more week to make written comment if they'd like to. We would then close it on the 23rd of June so that staff can get responses back to council.
Mm-hmm.
Good decision, Layla. Thank you for the advice.
So I move to close the public testimony on the comprehensive plan and hold a written testimony open until close of business on Tuesday, June 23rd.
A second.
It's been moved and seconded to close the public testimony portion of the hearing, holding written testimony open until 5 p.m. Tuesday, June 23rd on the comprehensive plan update. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None heard.
So I move to continue the public hearing on the comprehensive plan to the date certain of Tuesday, June 30.
I'll second.
And do we want to include anything about that being by Zoom only? Or do
Can we make that call now?
I think that we should.
I think we should do it now while we're all here and on the record.
I don't know that needs to be part of the motion since you've been holding Zoom meetings anyway, but I mean, you're making it part of it.
I just want to make sure it's transparent to the public. We will not have an opportunity for you to speak directly to a council member in person.
The motion I think they just took kind of said that formally, but no harm in underscoring it for sure.
Okay, so I'll restate my motion. I move to continue the public hearing to a date certain of Tuesday, June 30th, with that meeting to take part on Zoom and not live in City Hall.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to continue the public hearing to a date certain of Tuesday, June 30th, with that meeting to take place only on Zoom. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None heard. Passes unanimously. All right. I think we just have a motion to adjourn.
Well done.
It's been moved and I think
somebody else
seconded.
must want to go to bed. Move we adjourn this meeting, please.
All right, it's been moved at least twice. I'm pretty sure a second on that first one to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye. You guys.
Opposed, none heard. Okay. All right, the meeting is adjourned. One more time.
Good night.
Good night.
Thank you.